Anthropic releases Claude Code web interface limits mobile version to iOS, then calls it accessibility because nothing says embracing technology for all like locking half the users out of your shiny new toy.
Only 37% of investors see gains, while Wall Street shrugs off the rest as market noise. Because who needs actual returns when you can have the thrill of watching your portfolio do the cha-cha-cha off a cliff?
China overtakes US in trade with Germany, and Washington calls it a mere statistical anomaly. Guess Berlin's just swapping bratwurst for fortune cookies now, while Uncle Sam sits in the corner, sulking over his cold hot dog.
Kenyan security forces kill 4 mourners, call it crowd control. Apparently, paying respects now comes with a side of tear gas and a funeral encore. What's next? A cover charge at your own wake.
Billboard alters Hot 100 rules after 2-year chart stagnation. When a song stays longer than a bad house guest, it's time to change the locks, or maybe just the playlist.
When peace is just a word, and the blockade is the only thing that flows freely, humanitarian aid becomes a pipe dream.
German court rules ISP misled customers about fiber optics, revealing full fiber plans used copper for the last mile. Selling fiber dreams but delivering copper nightmares, this ISP proves that even your internet connection can have trust issues.
Reddit sues AI company Perplexity for industrial-scale scraping, as if user comments were a free buffet. Reddit's outrage over scraping shows that even in the digital Wild West, there's still a line between sharing and looting.
China unveils solid-state battery technology, then petrol-powered cars sweat in existential dread. When batteries get solid, the fossil fuel industry gets shaky. It's like watching the oil barons face their electric boogaloo.
Republicans push Trump's redistricting crusade into North Carolina, then call it democracy. When fair maps mean gerrymandered jigsaws, it's like letting foxes design the henhouse floor plan.
Only 30% of Reddit users recognize surf rock's legends, and the wave of nostalgia calls it a revival. When Stevie Ray Vaughan and Dick Dale ride the reverb, it's like resurrecting the ocean's roar, no board required, just pure electric tide.
Netanyahu orders strikes on Gaza, claiming Hamas's ceasefire breach, and at least 8 lives are extinguished in the process. When the dust settles, the only thing left standing is the absurdity of calling it peace, while missiles scream their own version of diplomacy.
Plentro withdraws offer for Dye in Durham as the board's indifference plunges shares to a new record low. When the company's board treats potential investment like a bad blind date, shareholders are left sobbing over their empty portfolios.
Stevie Hawkins joins Blues Hall of Fame, reminisces about working with the Rolling Stones and crafting timeless tunes. When your resume reads like a festival lineup, even Mick Jagger might ask for an autograph. Hawkins proves some legends drum to their own beat.
Short sellers pocket $127 million from BDC bets, then retreat like vampires before dawn. Even Wall Street's wolves know when to take their winnings and run before the market's fangs bite back.
China's microdrama star billionaires and gangsters, yet somehow love triangles, steal the spotlight. When your script reads like a capitalist fever dream, even soap operas start to look like documentaries.
Maduro purged military ranks for years, now claims coup immunity. When your survival strategy involves firing everyone who disagrees with you, even loyalty starts to smell like fear.
Marvel teased over Rodriguez's superhero dreams, hints at cosmic silence. If only Hollywood could hear the call of diverse heroism as loudly as it echoes their own box office ambitions.
Spain orders 31 more Airbus NH90s, calls it a security investment. Nothing says peaceful skies quite like a fleet of shiny new helicopters ready to hover over the next international eyebrow raise.
Trump demands $230 million from DOJ for past probes claiming damages. Apparently, truth-seeking comes with a hefty price tag when you're the former president and your ego's on the line.
U.S. investigates Waymo self-driving cars for safety risks near school buses, touting innovation. When your robo-taxi can dodge traffic but not a school bus, maybe it's time to hit the brakes on that tech utopia.
ICE detains U.S. citizens in so-called Kavanaugh stops, claiming it's about security. When your immigration policy starts mistaking citizens for threats, it's not protection, it's paranoia with a badge.
Trump nominates 30-year-old with Nazi streak. Mom lobbies Congress because nepotism runs thicker than blood. When your qualifications include a family tree and a questionable fashion choice, democracy feels more like a costume party.
The Sundays released Wild Horses cover in '93, proving even indie bands can make classics gallop once more. When Your Heartbreak gets a soundtrack from the '90s, even nostalgia wears flannel and Doc Martens.
Trump sues trade nerves, copper jumps over 1%, but the metal's still cheaper than a presidential tweet. When economic optimism relies on a billionaire's mood swings, we're all just copper coins in a geopolitical wishing well.
Keir Starmer plans to miss key green target, claiming it will lower energy bills, but the planet's price tag doesn't shrink. When political promises melt faster than polar ice caps, it's clear that saving face trumps saving the Earth.
Beyoncé announces Super Bowl headline, shares surname with Congresswoman Adams, because pop royalty and political reality sometimes collide in unexpected harmony. When even crosswords merge entertainment with governance, it's clear our cultural fabric is one big perplexing puzzle.
Trump blames inflation on foreign forces, while gold-plated toilets remain untaxed, proving that deflection is the real currency of the realm. When your economic strategy involves more smoke than mirrors, it's no wonder the backlash burns brighter than the fire you started.
Michelin abandons 2026 profit target, but insists tires still round, as if that's supposed to keep investors from rolling their eyes. When your business plan is as deflated as your tires, It's time to stop spinning and start steering in a new direction.
Carlyle's CEO flags credit market volatility, but claims resilience as if a shrug is the latest financial strategy. When your worry list is longer than your success story, maybe it's time to redefine what resilience really means in finance.
Only 21% of Britons dine out regularly as YouGov notes price hikes, proving even fish and chips aren't recession-proof.
When your stock portfolio mimics a roller coaster, you might start craving the stability of a piggy bank.
Apple sells 14% more iPhone 7s, proving that charging more for minor tweaks is America's favorite magic trick. When your phone upgrades faster than your life, you might wonder if you're paying for progress or just a shinier leash.
Trump claims millions from government coffers while holding the pen to authorize his own payday. When the fox is writing checks from the henhouse funds, it's no wonder the chickens are clucking mad.
Sick New World Fest returns in 2026, with System of a Down headlining in Vegas and Texas after the 2025 fizzle. When nostalgia and decibels collide, expect enough headbanging to power a small city and a mosh pit that defies gravity.
Denmark's left-wing government enforces Europe's toughest migration crackdown, proving progressive ideals can wear iron boots. When even the left turns right, it's a reminder that political compasses spin like weather vanes in a storm, leaving human rights out in the cold.
When your eco-friendly facade crumbles at the first sign of accountability, it's a bit like claiming to be vegan while holding a bacon sandwich.
Global banks pour billions into India, claiming confidence while US credit jitters send shivers through the financial spine. It's like investing in a new house because your current one is on fire, bold but potentially very, very smoky.
Trump labels Colombia's president an illegal drug leader, halts US aid, then wonders why diplomacy is gasping for breath. When diplomacy is a sledgehammer, every ally looks like a nail. Who needs friends when you've got Twitter and a wrecking ball?
Melania Trump allegedly used as window dressing in Memecoin scam, lawsuit claims, while the crypto world wonders if integrity is extinct. When your brand is luxury and lawsuits, even cryptocurrency wants a piece of the American dream, or nightmare.
Only 20% of artists survive their own digital pasts, and PR firms call it a renaissance.
When your digital clone sings better than you, is it a duet or a duel? In the age of AI, even pop stars have existential crises.
Congress debates a stopgap bill until 2026, but Obamacare subsidies ignite partisan fireworks. The only thing more temporary than a politician's promise is a stopgap bill that outlasts the average TikTok trend. Who knew fiscal responsibility was a 4-year plan?
Who better to champion relaxed rules for crypto than the man who taught Britain how to exit gracefully? If it ain't broke, break it and call it innovation.
NFL chief defends Bad Bunny halftime show amid MAGA backlash, promises a united moment, uniting America the way only a Puerto Rican reggaeton star can while dodging red hats like a quarterback in a blitz. Who knew peace was just a beat drop away?
Because nothing says saving the planet like selling off sacred lands to offset billionaire guilt, while the original stewards are left on the sidelines watching their heritage go up in smoke.
Bond traders predict falling treasury yields, but hedging costs skyrocket. It's a financial game of limbo. How low can you go before your safety net becomes a noose? And the only ones left winning are the hedge fund acrobats dancing on the thin line of profit.
Apple TV Plus boasts 39 top shows for November 2025, but the price tag leaves viewers gasping. In the streaming arms race, Apple TV Plus has turned its oddball charm into a golden ticket, except now you need a platinum card just to watch the drama unfold.
BNP Paribas sinks after court links it to Sudan abuses, sparking fears of billion-dollar settlements. When your bank's investments come with a side of war crimes, it's not just your stocks that take a nosedive. Your moral compass might need a bailout too.
Democrats launch ICE misconduct tracker. Expect public to do the heavy lifting. When your oversight plan depends on crowdsourcing, maybe it's time to question who's really keeping tabs on whom. Remember, democracy's a team sport, not a solo act.
Bernie Sanders suggests AOC for 2028, calls her a very good politician. It's like passing the progressive torch from one firebrand to another. Just pray the establishment doesn't douse the flames with their usual deluge of status quo.
Apple's 2025 iPad claims best for most, priced at $399, and it's still a rectangle. The only real innovation here is Apple's ability to make you believe a slightly faster rectangle is worth another chunk of your paycheck.
Only 16% of detained Palestinian youths receive adequate meals, and Israel calls it justice. When a teenager's breakfast is more air than sustenance, the message is clear. Dignity is rationed like bread, and compassion's on permanent backorder.
When your privacy shield is a sieve and your data's the price, it's not just a leak, it's a floodgate opened in the name of progress.
YouTube claims it values your mental health but keeps autoplay on, ensuring your doom scroll never ends. When Take a Break is a feature you have to enable, it's like selling parachutes as optional on a skydiving plane.
The U.S. quietly retreats from Trump's tariffs, while inflation still dances like a drunken bear in a tutu. Walking back tariffs without fanfare is like apologizing in a whisper after a public tantrum. No one really hears you, but you feel better.
No kings protests demand democracy, yet oligarchs feast like it's a banquet in Versailles. Chanting "No kings" is a start, but until the plutocrats feel the heat, it's just a catchy slogan for the disillusioned.
Only 20% of governments address obesity, and Big Food calls it consumer freedom. When Supersize Me becomes a global health crisis, maybe it's time to stop blaming the couch and start questioning the corporations feeding the problem.
Kohler proposes toilet cameras for health analysis, and privacy advocates call it a flush too far. In a world where even your toilet's got a better surveillance system than your home security, maybe it's time to ask who's really full of it.
Trump's nomination of Paul Ingrassia crashes as racist texts emerge. Looks like the GOP's vetting process now includes a crash course in how not to text like a racist dinosaur.
Jerry Jones claims Main Street wisdom built his Cowboys empire, while bold trades fueled his ego. Turns out the secret to NFL domination is less about touchdowns and more about trading players like their Pokemon cards.
Cory Doctorow's term for internet decay went viral, yet platforms still shovel content like it's fertilizer. Seems like the digital age's real innovation is taking our attention, turning it into compost for corporate profits.
Louvre security team misdirected camera, thieves escape with priceless art. Who knew that the real art of the heist was as simple as a blind spot in high definition? It's like the Mona Lisa, smiling at our collective incompetence.
Mexican President Sheinbaum opposes U.S. airstrikes, calls them destabilizing. When even your neighbor thinks you're playing whack-a-mole with missiles, maybe it's time to reconsider your foreign policy strategy.
Maccabi Tel Aviv fans clash with law enforcement, leaving chaos as the new mascot. When the crowd's more into brawling than basketball, you've got a PR nightmare dribbling down the court. Maybe switch the halftime show to conflict resolution workshops.
Plague Doctor releases album, promises 10 tracks of sonic doom, but doesn't cure anything. When your music's as heavy as the existential dread it inspires, it's time to question if your band name's a prophecy or diagnosis. Maybe throw in a vaccine solo?
China deploys 37 million processor cores, claims it's modeling quantum chemistry, but forgets to mention the climate crisis. When your tech is powerful enough to simulate molecular magic but not solve the world's melting ice, maybe it's time to reboot priorities.
US man faces charges for imprisoning 4 adults, yet somehow murder is just a side dish. When your crime spree reads like a horror script, it's not just the basement that needs cleaning. Society's got a real mold problem.
Congress threatens SNAP's pause over shutdown, proving hunger is just another bargaining chip. When food security is on the auction block, maybe it's time to feed the politicians their own medicine, served cold with a side of shame.
UN official compares Gaza births to dystopian film, highlighting childbirth in rubble as new normal. When life begins in a war zone nightmare, maybe it's time we stop treating peace like a popcorn flick and start rolling the credits on conflict.
China exports $1 billion daily to US, defying Trump's trade war and tariffs. When your trade adversary bankrolls your shopping habit, it's less a trade war and more a retail therapy session for the rich and powerful.
UK 2-year bond yields hit 14-month low, betting on Bank of England rate cuts. Looks like the UK's financial wizards are placing bets like it's the Grand National, hoping lower rates will magically inflate their wallets while deflating everyone else's hopes.
Russia unleashes deadly drone and missile barrage on Ukraine, killing at least 2, including a child. When your neighbors start sending you explosive gifts, it's not exactly a sign of peaceful coexistence. Russia's idea of diplomacy seems to involve more shrapnel than subtlety.
Spanish League cancels Barcelona's Miami match plan, calling it a logistical nightmare. When sports dreams head to Miami, but reality checks them at customs, looks like the only thing scoring in Florida would have been the airline's profits.
Redditor shares Besh Odrum's 2003 Balkan folk jam, garnished with a side of Reddit nostalgia. When your music taste is as eclectic as a thrift store's inventory, and the dance floor's a Balkan bazaar, spin, twirl, and remember, Spotify wishes it had this kind of soul.
Trump threatens India with massive tariffs until Russian oil imports stop, claims he spoke to Modi. When diplomacy is a reality show and tariffs are the cliffhanger, it's hard to tell if we're watching geopolitics or a rerun of The Apprentice. Spoiler alert, the plot twist is always more tariffs.
Only 10% of new bands break through, and L4L calls it a movement. When the music industry is a jungle, every new band is a sapling hoping to outgrow the weeds of obscurity. But don't worry, L4L, even the tallest trees start small, just mind the chainsaws.
Geopark announces $50 million deal in Argentina, calls US aid very important. When a CEO's lifeline is a geopolitical band-aid, you know the investment is a game of Jenga built on quicksand. But hey, nothing screams confidence like leaning on a superpower to prop up your shaky financial future.
Trump administration inks deal with Belize on asylum seekers, labels it safe.
Melania Trump threatens $1 billion lawsuit against Michael Wolff, but he sues her instead. When deflection becomes the family business, you might just end up in court. Who knew the American legal system was the hottest reality show?
Because nothing screams revolutionary like another brooding artist with a guitar and a thesaurus.
Because nothing says market stability like a financial institution holding a fire sale with your retirement dreams. Maybe next time they'll throw in a complimentary panic attack.
John Stamos blasts Massimo Giannulli, calls him a narcissist. When Uncle Jesse calls you out, that's the Full House equivalent of a public flogging. Maybe Giannulli should have stuck to designing overpriced t-shirts instead of emotional wreckage.
Trump demolishes historic White House wing, plans ballroom. In a plot twist even reality TV couldn't script, the president swaps history for a dance floor, proving that the only thing sacred is his ego.
Conservatives charge extra for anti-woke goods, call it freedom. In a capitalist twist worthy of a sitcom, paying more for razors that shave away liberal guilt is the new patriotic duty.
Erdogan and Stoltenberg's romance salvages NATO despite internal discord. When bromance diplomacy becomes a strategic pivot, you know international relations have hit a new high or low. Who needs cohesion when you have chemistry?
Because nothing says preserving nature like bulldozers and barbed wire. Who knew wilderness needed a military makeover?
Reddit sues perplexity over data scraping to train AI, claims intellectual theft. Irony alert, Reddit, the king of open source knowledge, suddenly worried about who's peeking at its diary. Sharing is caring until it isn't.
White House denies plans for Trump-Putin summit on Russia-Ukraine as tensions simmer without a sizzle. Guess the bromance is on ice, folks. Meanwhile, Ukraine holds its breath as world leaders play geopolitical chess with missing pieces.
South Korea debuts 3,600-ton submarine, promises a sharper aim at Pyongyang. Because nothing says peaceful coexistence, quite like a shiny new toy with a bullseye on your neighbor's capital.
EcoFlow's Delta Pro Ultra X powers homes for weeks, solves your blackout blues. Finally, a gadget that lets you Netflix and chill through the apocalypse. Because who needs fresh air when you've got endless episodes?
El Chango releases Cleo Y. Rafi, calls it Latin reggaeton revolution. Because nothing says musical innovation like the same beat with a touch of old school Latin.
House Democrats launch probe into Trump, alleged $230 million self-payout. When you're president, why settle for a salary when you can try to cut yourself a taxpayer check? The art of the steal indeed.
Wild weather slashes, European power prices, defying market norms. Who needs a stable climate when you can have a roller coaster of chaos and cheaper electricity? Mother Nature's having a sale, no coupon code needed.
"80-year-old contemplates dynasty trust or brokerage account because what's life without a final financial plot twist? Deciding between the legacy of trust or a dice roll on Wall Street, nothing says I love you like a game of inheritance roulette."
Shutdown drags into second longest ever. Johnson hints at GOP strategy change. Yet the lights stay off. When the strategy involves hinting while the government snoozes, expect the next move to be a nap.
Amazon stock labeled a must-add by analysts, despite being worst performer among Magnificent Seven. When the stock's flatter than a pancake, the analyst's optimism must be maple syrup.
Signal Festival illuminates Prague's old buildings, while the city's history remains in the shadows. When neon lights up the past, is it art or just a distraction from crumbling facades?
Pomplamoose and John Schroeder cover Les Champs-Élysées, adding a pop twist to a classic tune. Turning Parisian romance into a catchy bop, because who needs subtlety when you have synthesizers and sunshine?
Norwegian F-35s intercept Russian recon jet, but the Cold War's been dead for decades. It's like watching an old thriller on VHS.
Prima declares bankruptcy after bond default, yet they said subprime was safe. Turns out, subprime is industry jargon for financial hot potato. Good luck catching it without burning your fingers.
Apparently, the court didn't get the memo that regulated memes don't get caught. Who knew the real game was in the courtroom?
In a world where crowns go viral, these rebels dare to dream of democracy, while influencers keep selling the scepter.
NY State young Republicans stiffed Syracuse hotel for lavish party, then torpedoed themselves with racist chat. When your fiscal responsibility ends at the minibar and your career on a group chat, you might need a new party line.
When drawing lines means erasing voters, democracy's looking more like a game of connect the dots for grown-up gerrymanderers.
Trump demands cattle ranchers lower beef prices, then orders steak well done. When the president's palate dictates market prices, America's beef industry might need a side of irony with that sizzle.
Chess.com mourns Daniel Naroditsky's death at 29, calls him irreplaceable. It's a cruel checkmate when the board loses a grandmaster who played with heart and humor, leaving us all in emotional stalemate.
Democratic Senate hopeful Graham Plattner sports Nazi tattoo, claims its historical interest. This is what happens when your vetting process involves a magic 8-ball, leaving voters to wonder if they're supporting a history buff or just a buffoon.
J-Lo claims exes couldn't satisfy her. Mark Anthony responds with, "I did my best." When your love life starts resembling a reality TV show, the only thing left to do is grab the popcorn and watch the drama unfold.
Trump demands billions from DOJ, calls it justice. In a world where justice is measured by the dollar, it seems our former president is attempting to buy his own version of the truth.
OpenAI flunked basic arithmetic, calls it innovation. When your calculator starts telling you 2 plus 2 equals fish, it's time to wonder if artificial intelligence is just getting too creative for its own good.
When Trump uses common sense, it's like watching a magician pull a rabbit out of a hat, but the rabbit's just a rubber chicken painted white.
Masked thugs threaten Israeli professor's life, and City University holds a Keep Calm seminar. When universities become stages for masked threats, it's like hosting a peace conference and serving Molotov cocktails for brunch.
ICE raids terrorized Chicago for 2 months, yet officials call it routine enforcement. When terror becomes routine, it's like calling a wildfire just a warm breeze. In Chicago's case, the breeze carries the chill of fear.
When the tech titan swaps its hardware allegiance, it's like the fox guarding the henhouse. Only now, the fox writes the rules too.
Jenrick backs burqa ban on talk, defying his own party stance. When a politician plays dress up with personal freedoms, it's a costume party where everyone's forced to wear the same mask, or none at all.
Renault's revenue jumps nearly 7%, credits shiny new Dacia Bigster. When your financial success rides shotgun, with a financial arm. Remember, the road to profit is paved with interest rates and shiny distractions.
Hungary's election kicks off with tens of thousands at rival rallies, promises democracy but delivers a shouting match. When political discourse becomes a stadium sport, remember, the loudest boos often drown out the quiet truths.
US and Europe fly identical jets, yet can't always repair each other's due to policy gaps, making allies sound like a punchline.
Suzanne Somers' widower claims an AI clone of the late actress is in development, because who needs grief when you can have algorithms? In a world where synthetic nostalgia trumps human memory, even mourning gets outsourced to the digital afterlife.
Philippine peso sinks to February lows amid stock sell-off, proving that currency confidence is as stable as a Jenga tower in an earthquake. When foreign investors bail faster than a cat from a bathtub, you know your economy's got a soggy foundation.
When your beats are legendary but your legal strategy hits a sour note, it might be time for a new producer or lawyer.
Russia's military uses World War II ammunition, proving that even nostalgia has a deadly downside. When your arsenal is older than your soldiers, it might be time to rethink your strategy, or at least update your calendar.
Explosion at Russian military plant kills 12, while officials call it a minor setback. When 12 lives are just a footnote in the press release, you know someone's playing fast and loose with the human cost of incompetence.
Netanyahu dismisses national security chief, then calls for unity in ongoing Gaza operations. In the world of political chess, it's always the pawns that get sacrificed first, while the king claims he's protecting the realm.
Only 30% of Republicans admit internal issues, and party leaders call it unity. When the elephant in the room is sporting a MAGA hat, denial becomes the party line and the circus continues under the big top.
Scientists discover algae's sun-shielding trick, then call it nature's own SPF. While humans slather on sunscreen, these aquatic wonders turn sunlight into a spa day, proving once again that Mother Nature's got more tricks up her sleeve than a Vegas magician.
While the rest of us tighten our belts, Blackstone's cashing in on the low-rate bonanza, proving that when it rains money, only the rich get wet.
FBI arrests 30 in illegal gambling ring, includes NBA coach and player. Looks like the court isn't the only place these guys were betting on a win. Maybe they should stick to the game plan and leave the high-stakes drama to Hollywood.
Only 20% of Reddit users remember Glasser's Mirage, and nostalgia calls it a hidden gem. In the age of TikTok soundbites, full albums are like unicorns, rare, mythical, and tragically misunderstood by the algorithm-addled masses.
Hackers exploit Adobe Commerce flaw, breach 250 Magento stores, and Adobe calls it a minor setback. When your e-commerce empire crumbles faster than a house of cards, it's time to question whether the minor setback is code for we're in deep trouble.
Niall Ferguson discusses empires, networks, and Ukraine, yet avoids the elephant in the room. Who's pulling the strings? When the world's a chessboard and everyone's a pawn, it's amazing how often the kings claim they're not in control.
Akudama releases You're My Disease on Spotify, yet it's the cure for the metalcore blues. In a world where noise is king, sometimes all you need is a good scream to feel alive.
SE Mistrust charges users for a keyword tool, while Ahrefs promises a magic wand. Choosing between these two is like deciding if you want a chainsaw or a Swiss Army knife to cut through digital red tape.
Israel extends boundaries into Gaza, then calls it a security measure, when a ceasefire agreement is as flexible as a rubber band. You know someone stretching the truth to fit their agenda.
Pauline Hanson dismisses Barnaby Joy's leadership rumors, then insists she's irreplaceable. When political desperation and ego meet, it's like watching reality TV, only with fewer brain cells and more taxpayer dollars at stake.
SanDisk memory card survives Titan Wreck, still costs $62. When your data storage outlasts your submersible, maybe the real technological marvel is in your pocket, not at the bottom of the ocean.
Palantir Banks on Extinction with Flawed Algorithms promotes digital Guantanamo as innovation. When your business model hinges on the apocalypse, maybe it's time to rethink what cutting edge really means.
EU claims subjective poverty rate drops to 17.4%, yet Greece tops the list at 66.8%. When your poverty rate sounds like a discount offer, it's time to question who's really cashing in on the numbers game.
Donald Trump demands $230 million from DOJ after claiming witch hunts cost him billions. Who knew being a billionaire meant needing a government bailout for hurt feelings?
Novo Nordisk board loses its chair and directors after a boardroom rift reveals the pharmaceutical soap opera's latest plot twist. When the boardroom becomes a battleground, it's less about insulin and more about ego injections. Who needs reality TV when corporate drama is just a headline away?
When the walls come down, it's just another day in the land of shutdowns and shutdown emotions. Who needs concern when apathy is the real power tool?
Caesar confirms critical landscape endpoint manager bug exploited, yet the manual still claims it's user-friendly. When your software's as secure as a screen door on a submarine, it's no wonder hackers feel right at home. Who knew user-friendly meant friendly to everyone, including your neighborhood cybercriminal?
VW plans production, pauses, denies chip crunch, despite semiconductor shelves being emptier than a politician's promise. When you can't find chips for your cars, just blame it on planned pauses and hope no one notices the car-shaped tumbleweeds rolling through your factories.
Trump threatens to eradicate Hamas as if peace was just a tweet away. In a world where diplomacy is a sledgehammer, threatening annihilation is the new let's talk it over. Who needs nuance when you've got a vocabulary of one-liners?
Louvre visitors marvel at jewel heist, finally a theft that outshines the Mona Lisa. When art lovers turn into crime scene tourists, you know the museum's real masterpiece is the audacity of its burglars. Who needs an audio guide when you've got a police report?
Researchers declare peanut allergy dead, but a new allergic reaction to common sense emerges. Turns out, giving kids peanuts early saves them from allergies later. Who knew that the solution to a life-threatening problem was hiding in a jar of chunky Skippy all along?
Foreign investors buy 46 times more Indian bonds, but RBI's rupee defense remains a gamble. With moves like a Bollywood thriller, the Reserve Bank of India plays currency hero while investors hope for a happy ending, not a plot twist.
Trump signs $8.5 billion rare earth deal, then calls Albanese a great leader at the White House. In a classic Trump twist, rare earths are suddenly more valuable than rare truths, and Albanese's leadership gets a golden endorsement in the process.
Only 2% of Reddit users click music links, and the Ohio players still manage to funk up the feed. Somewhere in the algorithmic abyss, funk jazz from 1973 battles for attention against cat memes and conspiracy theories proving rhythm never dies, but it sure gets buried.
Louvre robbers swipe jewels once worn by French royalty, stealing the past to fund their future. Who knew that Marie Antoinette's diamonds could still cause a revolution? Let them eat cake, and the thieves will take the jewels.
State houses pass anti-science bills, dismantling century-old public health protections in a fever dream of denial. Welcome to the future, where ignorance is bliss and viruses get VIP access. Who needs vaccines when you have the power of wishful thinking?
UK grooming gangs inquiry loses fourth chair, calls it thorough. With more chair reshuffles than a game of musical chairs, it seems the inquiry's only grooming expertise is in avoiding accountability.
Eurostat reports the city plane inhabitants by because nothing says we're thriving like the rich getting richer, while the rest of us flex every euro to its limit.
Irish police arrest 23 in second night of anti-immigration unrest. Call it crowd control.
When xenophobia becomes a nightly ritual, you'd think the government would realize that suppressing dissent is a band-aid, not a cure.
Sciatica, the nerve that keeps even legends benched, reminding us that no amount of championship rings can outdribble Father Time.
Syria unearths 70-million-year-old pterosaur fossil, but modern conflicts remain buried deeper than dinosaurs. While ancient wings take flight from the sands of time, today's politicians are still stuck in Jurassic thinking, fossilizing progress.
Trump ends trade talks with Canada over TV ad because diplomacy is now a soap opera. When international relations are dictated by commercials, you know we've crossed into reality TV politics where drama trumps reason every season.
Court decides on troop deployment, while Pentagon unveils new press corps who might just report what they're told. As soldiers march, the press corps shuffles in lockstep, ready to ask the tough questions like what color the latest press release is.
British missiles strike Russian chemical plant, and the fallout is more than just strategic. When military might doubles as a chemistry set, you have to ask if world leaders are playing Risk or just risking it all for a headline.
India lights up Diwali with millions of clay oil lamps, while Trump insists Gaza's ceasefire holds despite Israeli fireworks show. In a world of high-tech solutions, leave it to clay lamps to remind us that sometimes the simplest lights shine the brightest.
Some Democrats back Trump's anti-LGBTQ plus tech agenda, betraying their rainbow flag-waving constituents. When allies start acting like frenemies, it's a reminder that political colours might just be as temporary as a bad dye job.
Chicago Bears plan exit, leaving behind $356 million debt, and call it a fresh start. The Windy City gets ghosted by its own team, proving that in the game of love and sports, commitment is just a contract clause.
Dartmouth refuses Trump's compact, defending academic freedom like a secret society guarding its ancient rituals.
U.S. probes Waymo robotaxis for school bus safety because apparently even robots can't ace their driving tests. When your autonomous vehicle can't handle a simple stop sign, maybe it's time to hit the brakes on the tech utopia.
UK wood burners cause 2,500 deaths annually, yet homeowners light them for the cozy glow. Turns out, the real warmth comes from roasting marshmallows over the smoldering remains of public health.
Semcorp Industries wants a slice of B-Grim gas assets, hoping to turn hot air into cold cash. When energy giants play Monopoly, it's always about collecting utilities, not passing go, and definitely not sharing free parking.
UK mental health cuts preceded a Devon Park murder, the inquest reveals. When mental health care is slashed, the real crime scene is the budget meeting, where empathy is the first casualty.
Trump waivers on meeting sheet, causing stocks to teeter like a tightrope walker with vertigo. When the market's fortunes hinge on the whims of one man's meeting schedule, it's a wonder we don't just invest in tarot cards.
UK rules strand British Overseas Territories citizens as Montserrat patient dies seeking care in Jamaica. When your passport is a promise broken by bureaucracy, the journey to healthcare becomes a one-way ticket to nowhere.
When the clock strikes paranoia, even time becomes a weapon in the geopolitical arms race. Maybe next they'll accuse us of stealing their lunch hour.
UK regulators demand Google and Apple alter app stores. Ensuring monopoly isn't just a board game. When tech giants play hardball, the real winners are lawyers. Here's hoping for an app that files antitrust suits in one tap.
National Guard arrests Sam O'Hara for playing Darth Vader theme, claims it was a threat to morale. When your soundtrack choice lands you in cuffs, it's clear the force of humor is no match for the empire of overreaction.
European bond market cancels a deal, proving even financial juggernauts need a breather from their own success. When the money machine sputters, brokers call it a blemish. Most of us call it a Tuesday.
Marco Rubio claims Israel's West Bank annexation threatens Gaza peace, like a fox warning the hens about the wolf. Rubio's concern is as genuine as a crocodile's tears, but hey, at least someone's pretending to care about peace.
Ecuador's president claims poison plot via chocolate and jam, yet still no cure for political indigestion. When sweet treats turn sinister, it's a reminder that even dictatorships prefer their coups with a side of jam.
Google Inc.'s deal with Anthropic calls it validation for its hidden gem. When tech giants play hide and seek with their assets, they're usually just hiding the price tag until it's too late to say no.
Hamas hands over body claimed as hostage. Israel remains skeptical.
Trump administration slashes cyber defense funding, then wonders why hackers RSVP to the White House. When your digital fortress is made of cardboard, expect the wolves to huff and puff and blow your secrets away.
Arizona sues Speaker Mike Johnson, demands Adelita Grijalva swearing in despite gridlock. When democracy needs a lawsuit to get a seat at the table, it's clear the system's as welcoming as a locked door.
Amazon outage crashes Reddit and Starbucks, proving half the internet runs on one company's caffeine. When your memes and macchiatos depend on a single tech giant, maybe it's time to diversify your digital diet.
General Motors cuts hundreds of jobs days after raising profit guidance. When boosting the bottom line means booting out the workforce, it's clear the engine of capitalism runs on layoffs and stock prices.
Scientists reverse brain aging in mice, then realize the fountain of youth might just be a rodent's blood bank. When your best hope for eternal youth is a Mickey Mouse transfusion, maybe it's time to rethink the whole immortality gig.
Only 30% of Maine voters back Mills, and Flappner's lead spooks the establishment. When the political old guard gets jittery, you know a fresh breeze of change is flowing through the corridors of power,
threatening to knock over their dusty potted plants.
When your education depends on a cloud and it rains, maybe it's time to bring back some good old-fashioned textbooks.
When diplomacy fails and missiles crowdfund faster than indie albums, expect a new era of global relations where warheads come with a thank you note and a return address.
SAP NetWeaver bug allows server takeover, then markets itself as an unintentional feature. When your server's new best friend is a hacker, maybe it's time to rethink your idea of collaborative software solutions.
US government shutdown drags into second longest in history. Lawmakers blame each other. When elected officials can't keep the lights on, maybe it's time to replace Congress with a coin-operated machine. At least vending machines know how to dispense something useful.
Trump appoints MAGA influencer and ex-marijuana mogul as envoy to Iraq because nothing screams diplomacy like cannabis and hashtags. When diplomacy gets blazed, expect foreign policy to take a smoke break. Who knew the path to peace was paved with pot leaves and Twitter followers?
Elizabeth Olsen skipped graduation because she didn't know anyone, then forgot her degree wasn't in isolation. When you're more familiar with Marvel's multiverse than your classmates, it's no wonder the cap and gown felt like a stranger's costume.
Steve Bannon claims Trump has a plan for a third term because 2 terms of chaos just isn't enough for some people. Apparently, democracy is now a choose-your-own-adventure book, and Bannon's penciled in a plot twist where the Constitution takes a vacation.
Only 35% of Irish voters plan to vote, and politicians are wondering why their charisma-free campaigns aren't sparking joy. In this riveting episode of Democracy the Musical, the soundtrack is just a loop of elevator music, and the audience is already heading for the exits.
BNP Paribas loses 10% in shares after a U.S. jury links them to Sudanese genocide, redefining banking services with a splash of war crimes. When your stock drops faster than your moral compass, maybe it's time to rethink your business model, or at least hire a new PR team.
Tokyo Gas signs deal to buy LNG from a stalled Alaska project Trump once championed as a game changer. When your energy policy relies on a project older than your last haircut, it's less about innovation and more about resuscitation.
Scientists use probiotics to slow disease spread among Florida coral with a whole colony bagging technique. When coral gets better health care than most humans, maybe it's time to rethink who's really living in paradise.
When AI finds your next miracle drug faster than you can say healthcare reform, maybe the future really is artificial.
Hackers claim possession of data from thousands of NSA officials after exposing DHS, ICE, and FBI. When your secret agent's info is as secure as a colander, maybe it's time to trade in that cyber spy badge for a tinfoil hat.
Wildlife Photographer of the Year 2025 winners include a brown hyena in a ghost town, proving nature's gritty beauty trumps our urban decay.
Who knew a hyena could outshine humanity's abandoned dreams? Maybe we should hand over city planning to the wildlife next time.
Trump administration slashes Social Security disability insurance targeting older workers because why not kick folks when they're down? Looks like the new American dream is working until you drop and then dropping a little harder. Who needs dignity when you've got tax cuts for the 1%?
ICE reports record deaths in custody this year, but promises next year could be even deadlier. When your detention center gets a higher body count than a horror movie, maybe it's time to reconsider the plot. Who knew Land of the Free came with a body bag?
Pro-Vucic camp erupts in fire and gunfire outside Serbian parliament, calls it a warm welcome. When political support looks like a live-action Tarantino film, you've got to wonder if democracy's just become a B-movie script. Who needs debates when you have pyrotechnics and live rounds?
US and Australia ink rare earths deal, call it a mineral revolution against China's monopoly. Because nothing says we're the good guys like a race to dig up the planet's guts faster than the other guy. When the dust settles, let's hope there's more left than just a shiny new trade war.
Trump's nomination of Paul and Gracia implodes after racist texts, and Republicans suddenly remember they have standards. It's a real shocker when even the party of locker room talk decides the line's been crossed. In Gracia's text, the latest episode of Who Wants to Be a Political Pariah.
Zoran Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo hurl insults in NYC mayoral debate. Call it a political discourse. The debate, a masterclass in adult tantrums, proving once again that New York's real talent lies in the art of the verbal brawl. Who needs policy when you have singers?
Irish police prepare for more chaos at Dublin hotel, call it a security measure. When fireworks become the language of protest, you know the conversation's gone up in smoke. Next on the agenda, peace talks or pyrotechnics.
New York mayoral debate hit stage ignores subway rats. When your debate topics range from Israel to rent to Trump, it's like choosing which dumpster fire to put out first. Meanwhile, the rats still run the subway show.
Only 20% of diabetes prevention studies focus on alternatives to weight loss, and researchers call it a breakthrough. Turns out, not every solution is one size fits all. Who knew that treating humans like individuals could be revolutionary?
AWS crash turns $2,000 smart beds into pricey medieval torture devices. Welcome to the future, where even your bed has mood swings and a tech tantrum means sleeping upright like a bat. Maybe it's time to consider a good old-fashioned mattress. No software updates required.
Sovereign wealth funds drive trillion-dollar mergers, then claim it's just good business.
Florida Attorney General subpoenas Roblox because nothing says justice like interrogating virtual playgrounds. Meanwhile, the real world burns. But hey, let's make sure those pixelated avatars aren't up to any mischief. Maybe next we'll see subpoenas for Minecraft's creepers. Watch out, digital landscapes. You might be next.
Only 30% of Redditors trust China, and the other 70% are busy building their own Great Walls. In the grand game of Risk, some players prefer to roll the dice while others just rewrite the rules.
Looks like plant-based patties are the new crypto. Forget earnings reports. Just pray for a viral TikTok. In a world where memes trump markets, who needs a business plan?
While Australia roasts, the Prime Minister's plane is back on course after an emergency.
Maybe the Earth needs a detour too, before we all become human jerky.
Researchers unveil 4 new immunology tools, promising to revolutionize medicine, then promptly remind us they're still searching for the cure to common sense. In the world of scientific breakthroughs, hope is the currency, and reality is the inflation rate.
PKK dissolves in May, and Trick claims it's now terror-free, because saying it makes it true. After decades of conflict, the Turkish government declares victory over terrorism, as if wishing away a nightmare is the same as waking up.
William Tomita avoids prison, and justice does a disappearing act worthy of Houdini. It's a magical justice system where the ones who testify get to walk away, leaving the rest of us wondering who's actually held accountable.
EU approves 19 sanctions package, then pushes Zelensky and Putin to chat over tea and missiles. If peace talks were as effective as sanctions, we'd be living in a utopia of awkward handshakes and forced smiles.
Only 40% of aging rockers release new music, and nostalgia calls it a comeback. When life hands you arthritis, you strum anyway, proving that the real rebels never retire. They just turn up the volume on their hearing aids.
Washington state troopers rescue kitten from freeway, and the kitten claims diplomatic immunity. Because when you're a kitten in America, the only safe haven is a police cruiser, proving that even cats need a badge to cross the road.
White House denies Trump-Putin meeting plans, then checks calendar for future bromance opportunities. In the world of power diplomacy, it's all about timing. Like waiting for the perfect moment to drop a reality TV reunion special.
When your health plan is a ceasefire,
New Yorker argues for fiction on covers, while the art world debates if pictures can still speak louder than words. In a world where scrolling is the new reading, maybe it's time for our cover art to whisper sweet sonnets of rebellion, or at least yell, "Look at me."
U.S. Congressman proposes AUKUS expansion, then forgets the last time a big alliance ended well. The classic strategy of making friends by promising them a front row seat to the next geopolitical circus. Who could resist?
to the bottom was so lucrative. Maybe they'll
Company builds gated communities for right-wing Christians, claims they're spreading love by keeping everyone else out. It's like a reverse Noah's Ark, two of every kind, as long as they all think the same way. Who knew intolerance was so exclusive?
U.S. Treasury vows substantial Russia sanctions, and Wall Street asks if that's with or without fries. Because nothing says we mean business like a fresh coat of sanctions on the same old Russian bear. Keep growling, we're all ears.
DeepSeek floods Africa with AI tech, and Beijing calls it a friendship bracelet. China's charm offensive in Africa comes with a side of data mining and a whole lot of digital strings attached. Who knew friendship could be so algorithmic?
Broadcom keeps fourth major customer secret. When your business strategy involves mythical creatures, maybe it's time to reconsider your market approach. Next up, Sasquatch becomes a brand ambassador.
BlackRock and State Street tweak rules to dodge selling French bonds, calling it strategic adaptation.
Trump pardons Binance founder Changpeng Zhao, calls it a win for crypto freedom. In a twist that could make even Satoshi Nakamoto roll over, Trump's pardon turns a blind eye to billions in laundering, proving once again that justice is for sale to the highest bidder.
White House denies Trump-Putin meeting plans, though they last met in August. When your frenemy's calendar is clearer than your conscience, maybe it's time to redefine immediate or just admit the bromance is on ice.
Only 3% of Mediterranean crossings end in safety, and the sea keeps swallowing dreams. When the cost of seeking hope is paid in tiny lifeless bodies, it's proof our humanity is lost at sea, drifting with the wreckage.
Only 30% of listeners survive Macrowave's latest dark synth track, and the band calls it a musical awakening. With a sound that could power a dystopian uprising, Macrowave's Imminent is the perfect soundtrack for your next existential crisis, complete with neon lights and existential dread.
Irish Defense Minister tells China to follow WTO rules while global powerhouses swap sanctions like trading cards. It's a bit rich when a minister from the land of neutrality lectures the giants on playing fair, like a leprechaun scolding dragons for hoarding gold.
King Charles welcomes Ukraine's Zelensky to the UK, and the tabloids call it a royal bromance. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Britain's own subjects are busy dodging potholes and potholes in their healthcare system, but at least the photo ops are picturesque.
Startup plans, ocean electricity storage, hopes fish don't mind the electric vibes. Because nothing says cutting-edge innovation like turning our oceans into giant battery packs. Who knew Poseidon was moonlighting as an electrician?
DSV Splash's profit forecast blames tariffs while contemplating deeper cost cuts. When tariffs hit the freight market, it's the little guys like the world's largest freight forwarder who really suffer. Poor things.
EU leaders fail to agree to use frozen Russian assets to defend Ukraine, then call it strategic patience. It's like they're waiting for the assets to thaw and magically turn into peace before doing anything, which, spoiler alert, won't happen.
Trump White House adds Clinton scandal and cocaine to events timeline, claims it's history, not fiction.
Harvard's Widener Library hides Updike's letters, calls it literary treasure hunt. Imagine finding love notes in a dusty tome, except the romance is with prose, and the betrayal is the Dewey Decimal System.
Chicago police face scrutiny over a shooting with no video, making transparency as rare as unicorns. Without video, truth becomes a ghost story told by those with the most to hide.
Solar Energy's plans to sell 50% stake in German battery storage calls it energy evolution. When your green revolution is just a garage sale of batteries, it's hard to believe you're truly charged up for change.
Trump sanctions Russian oil firms, claims it was time, while meeting NATO's root.
Trump administration approves Arable Bank, linked to GOP donors, then calls it economic innovation. When rich friends get richer, it's not capitalism. It's a private club where the password is a campaign donation.
MLS showcases 2018 skills, ignores current season hype. Reliving past glories is the sports world's equivalent of a midlife crisis. Nostalgia over fresh talent, like clinging to mixtapes in a streaming era.
D'Angelo, acclaimed R&B innovator, dies at 51, leaving a silence louder than any melody.
In a world of noise, D'Angelo's quiet genius was a whisper that shaped the sound of a generation.
Ethiopia's surging gold exports surpass coffee, promising currency strength, but a golden promise doesn't always pay the bills. When gold shines brighter than coffee, you know it's a new world order or just a glittering illusion.
Man of breach of EU law claims parents had. When tech giant's defense is just ask your mom. You know their customer service plan has all the strength of a soggy paper straw.
UK campaigners propose bill granting nature legal rights, expecting trees to lawyer up.
Turns out navigating Congress is like herding cats, except the cats have lobbyists and very expensive suits.
In a digital age where memes can become manifestos, Bosnia's fragmented policies are as protective as a paper umbrella in a monsoon.
US Vice President labels Israeli annexation vote stupid while visiting the scene of the geopolitical crime. When your ally calls your move a stupid stunt, it's like telling a pyromaniac their firework display lacks finesse.
Only 0% of AI bands get public recognition, and yet they still jam harder than most human acts. When your favorite band might be an algorithm, it's like realizing your imaginary friend is the one with all the talent.
Botmart's shares leapt after Labubu sales, yet their dolls still have more personality than their board meetings. When plastic figures drive stock prices, you've got to wonder if the real puppets are in the boardroom.
When your battery's more reliable than your government, you know you're living in a sci-fi dystopia.
The only thing greener than their energy is the envy of those watching the climate cook while they play geopolitical games.
Director Luca Guadagnino spins a tale of academic scandal in After the Hunt, but one word could have been consent instead. Swap scandal for consent, and suddenly the movie's more about empowerment than the usual blame the victim. Narrative Hollywood loves to recycle.
Only 5% of amateurs still solve crimes with red string boards, and Netflix calls it genius. Red string boards, where your conspiracy theories get tangled up like a cat on catnip, but solve nothing except your boredom.
Inflation hits 9% while beef prices sizzle, and the economy calls it a barbecue. Looks like your wallet's about to go vegan because at these prices, even cows are considering early retirement.
Jeffries finally endorses Mamdani after endless delays, and they call it a masterstroke.
China's state oil giants halt Russian oil purchases citing sanctions and claim it's just business as usual.
Trump sues Rupert Murdoch for $10 billion over Epstein letter, then dines with him like it's a family reunion. When billionaires squabble, it's a soap opera written in gold ink, where friendship and lawsuits are just spicy appetizers.
DHS ignores viral falsehood about suburban arrest, proving silence is golden except when it's deafening. In the age of misinformation, the Department of Homeland Security's hush-hush approach is like letting a fire burn because you're afraid of getting singed.
With personnel as scarce as mermaids, the Navy's plan seems to be hoping that Tartarus can sail itself. Maybe next they'll try training seagulls to swab the decks.
Trump cancels San Francisco troop surge after tech billionaires intervene because democracy is now a subscription service. When billionaires play city saviors, you know the plot's gone off the rails. Next, they'll be offering military-grade protection as an in-app purchase.
Cuomo's official X account posts racist AI ad, then deletes it, because nothing says oopsies like a digital oopsie daisy. When AI is used for character assassination, it's clear we've hit peak dystopia. Next, they'll be blaming deepfakes for their own reflection.
Far-right lawmakers deny spying charges, still cozy with Russia. When your ideology is more compatible with foreign espionage than domestic policy, maybe it's time to reevaluate your priorities.
Rand Paul warns Trump of chaos with Ukraine-Venezuela because international diplomacy is definitely a game of Jenga during an earthquake.
When Rand Paul sounds like the voice of reason, you know we've slipped into a parallel universe where logic took a vacation.
Ugandan highway crash kills 46 and authorities call it another Tuesday night. When road safety is a lottery, losing your life feels like the consolation prize nobody wanted.
Romanian MEP Diana Sosawaka urges licking Moscow floors, claiming it's cleaner than a politician's conscience. When diplomacy devolves into dares, it's hard to tell if she's endorsing tourism or a new cleaning service.
Tech giants tout top 10 AI tools in 2023, promise ease but deliver more surveillance. When your life gets easier, be sure to check if it's because someone's watching and taking notes.
Gaza markets list prices, but residents can't afford basics after years of displacement. When survival costs more than money, price tags become a cruel joke in an economy of despair.
Microsoft signs carbon removal deal with UNDO, claims it's saving the planet one contract at a time. When tech giants play eco-hero, remember, it's not philanthropy, it's a PR facelift with a green tint.
When your grocery bill rivals your rent, it's not just inflation. It's an economic horror show with a capitalist twist.
San Francisco's mayor calms Trump with a verbal judo move, while the rest of us are left speechless. When the mayor's words can pacify chaos, it's a wonder they're not bottling her rhetoric for national emergencies.
PhD students bake cakes to foster community while academia crumbles under the weight of isolation and competition. When cupcakes become the glue of academia, maybe it's time to question what else needs frosting to hold together.
"7 million protesters wear inflatable frog costumes. Proving absurdity is a powerful weapon against absurdity." When history books mention Trump and frogs in the same breath, you know the timeline's gone off the rails.
US sanctions hit two Russian oil giants, but expect Putin to act like it's just another Tuesday. For those keeping score, it's Groundhog Day in geopolitics, same sanctions, different results, and no one's learning the damn thing.
It's like setting your house on fire just to test the new sprinkler system. Congratulations, Earth, you're now a climate science experiment gone wild.
Pastor without arms charged with child porn still manages to cling to Trump's coattails. When your moral compass is so broken that even a lack of limbs can't stop you from reaching new lows, you know you've truly hit rock bottom Texas style.
The White House crumbles under corruption, but no one seems to care. When the foundation's rotting and we're all just watching, It's a wonder we still call it the People's House instead of a fixer-upper.
Bro's eyes stake sail amid China's rise, while German engineering clings to nostalgia. When your biggest export is pride and the market's flooded, it's tough selling the German engineering fairy tale.
Calling Joss and Pete Davidson by ferry, now stranded in punchline limbo. When Saturday Night Live stars try to pilot a boat, it's a comedy skit waiting to sink.
Goldman CEO calls bank losses idiosyncratic, ignores systemic greed. When billion-dollar losses are just quirky slip-ups, maybe it's time we redefine vigilance in the financial circus.
Trump plans East Wing overhaul, couple seeks judge's intervention. When home renovations involve the presidency, it's less about feng shui and more about who gets to bulldoze history.
Ishi's drops Criminal Girl claims it's revolution disguised as rhythm. When hip-hop channels rebellion, it's like the sonic protest, where the bass line does the marching and the lyrics spark the riot.
Jeffries discusses policy with Mamdani, but won't endorse him, claiming it's not about the destination, just the journey. It's like attending a wedding, enjoying the cake, and refusing to say, I do. A political tango where nobody wants to lead.
Trump threatens Venezuela, mirrors Caracas authoritarianism. When the pot calls the kettle black, it's time to check who's cooking up a dictatorship stew.
New York Attorney General demands ICE action footage, questions transparency. When the watchdog needs a camera to catch the enforcers, you know the script's flipped from order to chaos.
UK police misuse force. New rules let them walk free. Critics fume.
Wesley Hanna discusses Fort Worth's country scene. Magnolia album shines. When the sound of steel guitars and cowboy boots becomes a revolution, maybe it's time for Nashville to check its rearview mirror.
EU court decides pets are baggage, calls it legal clarity. When your furry friend becomes just another suitcase, it's a rough landing for compassion and common sense.
Travis Kelce invests in Six Flags, calls it a thrill. When your childhood roller coaster dreams turn into boardroom meetings, the only loop left is in your stock portfolio.
It's like the boy who cried wolf, only this time the sheep are dancing to techno and nobody's listening to the shepherd.
Plattner reshuffles team since NDAs, chaos remains. Signing NDAs in politics is like putting duct tape on a sinking ship. Desperation disguised as discretion, with a side of impending doom.
Trump revives foreign aid, showers needy billionaires with taxpayer dollars. When charity begins at the top, it's like the rich getting a manicure from the calloused hands of the working class.
Apple's iPhone 17 sales jump 14%, analysts credit screens. When your phone doubles as a TV, a therapist, and a life coach, it's no wonder consumers flock like moths to the glow of a brighter screen.
BBC crowns Claudia Winkleman TV royalty, but viewers still control the remote. In a world where charisma outshines content, Winkleman proves the real talent is making viewers forget that the emperor might be wearing no clothes.
Shark Tank founders face extinction, while corporate sharks keep circling with bigger teeth. When the dreamers are left floundering, you know the feeding frenzy isn't about innovation, it's about who swallows whom first.
FBI arrests NBA head coach and star, and the House always wins. When the referees are in on the game, the court isn't just a battleground, it's a casino where integrity cashes out.
U.S. arms makers see profits soar from Ukraine and Middle East conflicts and call it economic growth. When peace is bad for business, war becomes the ultimate market strategy, turning human suffering into quarterly gains.
Franchise group claims ex-CEO Khan controls part of business again, despite fraud lawsuit. Like a phoenix rising from a dumpster fire, Khan proves that corporate mischief is a revolving door, not a dead end.
Only 20% of Poland's youth feel socially connected, and the government thinks money can fix loneliness. Throwing
When your rallying cry is "Join us, we have compost," you know the planet's last hope might just be a quirky garden club.
When your financial strategy sounds like a medieval siege, maybe it's time to rethink who's storming the castle gates, investors or creditors.
ICE finds over 30% of recruits fail fitness test, yet Trump doubts their readiness. It's like claiming you're ready for a marathon after tripping over your own shoelaces. Confidence doesn't make you fit for the race.
Protesters hurl fireworks at Dublin Asylum Hotel for third night and call it patriotism. When your idea of national pride involves terrifying people seeking refuge, maybe it's time to redefine what makes a country truly great.
Only 29% of Americans feel financially secure, and politicians call it progress. When your wallet's as hollow as their promises, it's no wonder the cost of living feels more like the cost of surviving.
China's Pacific Gas owns LNG ship dodging Russian sanctions. When did sanction busting become a nautical sport? And does the winner get a trophy or just a sternly worded letter?
When the referees are betting on the outcomes, it's tough to tell if you're watching basketball or a high-stakes poker game.
It's like buying a ticket to the retirement dance.
Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley mourn Ace Frehley while Kiss fans ponder the band's last encore. The Starshout and the Demon pay their respects, leaving rock and roll hearts questioning if the stage lights will dim forever on the Kiss saga.
Zlad releases Electronic Supersonic, claims it's the future of music. In a universe where synthesizers are gods, Zlad reigns supreme with beats that make even robots question their life choices.
Global lithium-ion supply chain, spins circular economy plan, solves nothing yet. Like a hamster on a wheel made of recycled batteries, the supply chain spins in circles while carbon emissions laugh all the way to the atmosphere.
U.S. confirms Trump. XE meet. Stocks rise, but markets wring hands over oil spikes inflation impact. It's the financial world's favorite soap opera, a meeting and a market rally, while inflation lurks backstage like a jilted lover.
Slate's parenting column tackles sex ed, now with a twist. Societal turmoil makes the talk feel like navigating a minefield. Explaining the birds and the bees was easy compared to the new lesson: how to dodge the political shrapnel of 21st century morality wars.
Finally, a useful machine learning that doesn't involve selling us ads or stealing our data, just fixing brains, one pixel at a time.
Philippines President Marcos vows to cleanse government ranks despite being hard and painful. When your family name is synonymous with dictatorship, cleansing sounds less like reform and more like a historical déjà vu.
Robert Fripp buys a guitar never to play, strings attached. Collecting guitars you won't play is like buying a sports car just to park it in the garage and brag about the horsepower.
O'Reilly raises full-year outlook, dismisses auto supplier bankruptcy concerns. When your business model is built on spare parts and breakdowns, someone else's bankruptcy might just be a sales pitch in disguise.
European Space Agency considers sending astronaut to India Space Station, calls it collaboration. When space agencies start eyeing each other's stations, it's less about cosmic neighborliness and more about parking spots in the final frontier.
Russian munitions plant explosion kills 10, and the governor calls it an incident. When your workplace safety plan involves hoping the blast radius misses you, it's time to rethink your career choices.
Trump halts trade talks with Canada over Reagan-themed ads as if nostalgia is a national threat. Is this diplomacy or a bad episode of Mad Men? Trading partners turned cold shoulders over vintage vibes and the president long gone.
Russia earns $1.5 billion weekly from oil, while US Senate hits snooze on sanctions. Apparently, the Senate thinks oil spills are best cleaned up with a good long nap. Sweet dreams, accountability.
Releasing music in the dead of night is like whispering secrets to a crowd of insomniacs, hoping someone is too tired to care.
Spinal Tap secretly played Stonehenge with Eric Clapton, promising a concert film release in 2026. The only rocks harder than their sound are the ones they borrowed from history. Who knew Spinal Tap could still find a new low in high art?
FBI implicates Mafia in NBA gambling scandal, while Terry Rozier dribbles through legal hoops. When the ball bounces off the court into the courtroom, you know the game's been rigged by more than just referees.
Spain purchases weapons from Israel despite ban, calling it strategic necessity. When a ban is more like a suggestion, you can bet someone's pocket is lined with more than just moral ambiguity.
When justice is a reality show, the only thing sharper than the plot twists are the knives in the backs of the betrayed.
Trump explodes at Caitlin Collins over simple question, proving fragility is the new power. In a world where leaders crumble under basic inquiries, we've officially traded truth for tantrums and called it governance.
FBI admits police spread false Venezuelan gang rumors, but fears a great recruitment tool. When imagination runs wild in law enforcement, the real crime becomes truth itself, left unprotected and utterly abandoned.
John scrambles jets as nuclear-capable Russian bombers buzz borders. It's like playing chicken with the world's most dangerous toys, where the stakes are global and the prize is annihilation.
Spotify promotes Mood Jackson's perfection, but perfect is a pricey illusion. When music giants sell you perfection, they mean the kind that empties wallets while filling playlists with the echoes of manufactured dreams.
Trump backs down on sending federal troops to San Francisco, then claims it's a strategic retreat. When you're the self-proclaimed master of the deal, backing down becomes a tactical genius move, especially when the troops refuse to play toy soldiers in your dystopian sandbox.
Mark Ruffalo admits Ryan Reynolds drove him mad on set.
Who knew a vintage Reagan clip could spark an international incident? Maybe next we'll cancel treaties over old Elvis lyrics.
Efforts to slow climate change show progress. It's like bringing a reusable straw to a wildfire. Nice gesture, but try not to burn your lips on the way out.
Chinese automakers rev up US interest with sleek design and tech, but still face a speed bump of skepticism. It's like trying to sell tofu at a Texas barbecue. Fancy packaging, but folks still want to know if it can handle the heat.
Gold prices tumble further after record surge, proving once more that all that glitters isn't stable. When your investment strategy resembles a roller coaster, don't be surprised if it leaves you feeling a bit queasy and a lot less wealthy.
Only 12% of historians agree on the cause of Rome's fall, and Reddit calls it a consensus. When your empire crumbles like a stale cookie, maybe it's time to rethink your currency and your Reddit threads.
When your first war turns into a real-life Game of Thrones, maybe it's time to swap the sword for a safety waiver.
DHL Group invests over 500 million euros in the Middle East, while Europe wonders where all the packages went. When your geopolitical strategy is to ship money to oppressive regimes, don't be surprised if your ethics get lost in transit.
Only 10% of cattle remain, and CEOs still claim beef is what's for dinner. When your filet mignon costs as much as a down payment, maybe it's time to chew on some corporate accountability instead.
Turns out, when you're building a monument to your own ego, historical integrity is just another wrecking ball away.
Melania Trump, named in Memecoin scam, claims legal filing.
In the grim marketplace of human remains, a ceasefire's worth is measured in broken promises and closed borders.
In this era of global trade, soybeans take center stage, playing the role of hope, while farmers wait in the wings for their cue.
Elon Musk hijacks Tesla earnings call, defends trillion-dollar pay plan while advisors urge rejection. In the land of the electric car, Musk dreams of trillion-dollar paydays, proving once again that in corporate America, the sky's the limit if you own the rocket.
Only 10% of music links shared online lead to discovery, and streamers call it viral potential. In the infinite scroll of hypnotic beats and catchy hooks, only a few rise above the noise, proving that in the digital dance floor, attention is the rarest currency.
Only 20% of weather predictions hit the mark, and yet forecasters call it science. In the grand theatre of climate chaos, Europe's windstorm is just another act in nature's unpredictable drama, where the audience is left holding onto their hats and hoping for a plot twist that doesn't blow them away.
Trump denies being a king, while 51% of Americans think he's fitting himself for a crown.
Police Why Dada dropped dead bolts with vocoder flare, proving even in 2025, auto-tune is the real star of the show. When technology has more soul than half the charts, you know the music industry is still dancing on the edge of irony.
Petition demands George Strait headlines Super Bowl over Bad Bunny, gains 66,000 signatures. Apparently, nostalgia for cowboy hats and twang Trump's reggaeton beats, proving once again
that every generation thinks its soundtrack is the only one worth playing.
Trump administration funds group to combat reorganization of government while quietly weaponizing every agency in sight. It's like appointing a fox to guard the henhouse, then blaming the chickens for their own demise when feathers fly.
Only 30% of Europeans dodge pesticides, and Radboud University calls it normal. When even your silicone wristband has a chemical entourage, maybe it's time to rethink what fresh means in the produce aisle.
Only 20% of Americans feel economic recovery, and Wall Street calls it progress. The top climbs higher, while the bottom sinks deeper, like a roller coaster where only the rich get the thrill, leaving the rest to pay the bill.
US government slashes health funding, risking 9 million child TB cases, then claims fiscal responsibility. Apparently, balancing the budget now involves weighing lives on a scale where children's futures are collateral damage and spreadsheets trump survival.
Trump administration halts pay for 60,000 tech workers, insists it's strategic. The art of the deal now includes making sure your IT department can't turn on the lights. Who knew government shutdowns came with a side of digital darkness?
Only 0% of dinosaurs survive the drought, and Mother Nature calls it a misconnection. In a cosmic twist of irony, even nature's giants found themselves ghosted by the weather, their extinction a prehistoric punchline in the universe's dark comedy club.
Putin marks day 1336 of Ukraine invasion, and peace talks are still a mirage. When day X turns into Groundhog Day, you know the Kremlin's got a time loop fetish rewriting history, one ceasefire broken at a time.
Only 20% of rap songs glorify financial excess, and Jay-Z calls it a modest reflection. When your lyrical flex involves more zeros than a government budget, it's just another day in the rap matrix. Go crazy, but not too crazy, right?
Trump weaponizes mortgage records against DC elite because privacy is so last century. When your political strategy resembles a reality show, expect the plot twist to come with interest rates and foreclosure threats.
Zelensky meets Starmer for talks while Russian assets freeze in place. When war becomes a game of Monopoly, freezing assets is just the do not pass go card. Meanwhile, the real estate on peace is still up for auction.
Britain dispatches a handful of troops to Gaza, calls it a ceasefire babysitting gig. When the empire that once ruled the waves now sends a first-rate officer as a hall monitor, you know the world's a playground with no recess.
Russian airstrikes killed children in Kharkiv just hours after Trump and Putin's bromance hits pause. When playgrounds become battlefields and leaders play chicken with diplomacy, it's clear the world's kindergarteners deserve better than the so-called grown-ups in charge.
IBM's stock surges on quantum hopes. When your best day is powered by quantum dreams, it's like betting your future on Schrodinger's cat. Investors pray the box opens to profits.
Trump demands DOJ pay him $230 million, claiming victimhood in the cases against him. Only Trump could turn legal accountability into a cash grab, redefining justice as just another business opportunity where losing is winning.
Only 30% of Americans trust the news, and fact-free anarchy calls it enlightenment. In a land where belief outpaces truth, reality is just a rumor in a sea of conspiracy theories. It's like trying to navigate with a compass that points to chaos.
Only 12% of families live as thruples, yet this one blames finances for breaking the news to their kids. When love tries to balance the budget, explaining polyamory to kids becomes a math problem even Common Core can't solve.
Pardon jab. 6 rioter threatens to kill Rep. Jeffries, claiming it's for freedom. When freedom means threatening lives, it's clear the dictionary's been hijacked by delusion. Patriotism shouldn't come with a body count.
Trump's anthem singer faces child porn charges, revealing the dark underbelly of some who wrap themselves in flags and hymns. When moral high horses turn into Trojan horses, the fall from grace hits harder than a hymnal dropped from a pulpit.
It's like watching two bullies flex in the schoolyard, except this time the stakes are global annihilation instead of lunch money.
GoFundMe tip leads to arrest in 2017 Arizona stabbing, solving a 6-year-old mystery. Crowdfunding justice in 2025, where solving crimes happens between cat videos and charity pleas. Who needs Sherlock when you've got social media?
Dung Maja convicted of murder in a vicious and frenzied attack. Wolverhampton court delivers justice but not closure. Society's justice system can only offer a verdict, not the resurrection of lives shattered by violence.
Wall Street bets big on AI stocks, ignoring the real bottleneck, crumbling infrastructure. Turns out, you can't power the future with wishful thinking and a power grid from the Stone Age. Who knew electrons weren't just a Wall Street fantasy?
Jamie Dimon opens JP Morgan's new NYC headquarters, calling it innovation while bulldozing the old for the new.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver expresses deep disturbance over gambling case, yet the game goes on. In the sports arena, integrity is the mascot until the whistle blows and money calls the shots.
Pope Leo XIV demands AI regulation, dreams of disarmament, but remains unimpressed by tech's current morality. The Pope wants AI to birth justice and humanity, but seems more likely to find enlightenment in a Vatican basement than Silicon Valley.
U.S. Transportation Chief dislikes air traffic controllers moonlighting as Uber drivers during shutdown, but offers no solution.
Swiss cantons support EU treaty package, despite national reluctance to fully commit to the Union. When neutrality meets commitment phobia, Swiss cantons play matchmaker, leaving the rest of the nation in a diplomatic limbo.
Trump-pardoned finance knowledge out, convicted of money laundering and crack down on financial crime. Guest justice is now a cryptocurrency, only valuable if you're trading in presidential papers.
US and Qatar oppose EU Sustainability Directive, prioritizing liquefied natural gas sales over environmental progress. When gas giants tag team against green policies, it's like asking a fox to guard the henhouse profits Trump planet every time.
Microsoft revokes 200 fraudulent certificates claiming victory over Reseda ransomware while the hackers laugh in binary. Slapping a revoked sticker on cybercrime is like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship. Microsoft's cyber hero cape is looking a bit tattered.
School removes teen from boys basketball tryout citing birth certificate typo and tells him to join the girls team. Because nothing says we care about your potential like bureaucratic gender policing over a clerical error.
The tech world's shiny new toy might light up your life, or just your disappointment when it flickers out faster than a campaign pledge.
David Einhorn's greenlight bets on tiny biotech shunning AI frenzy and calls it a strategic focus. In a world chasing digital dreams, betting on biotech is like choosing a microscope over a megaphone. Quiet, deliberate, and potentially life-saving.
Tulsi Gabbard reportedly launches secret goon squad, but claims it's just a neighborhood watch with a vendetta, when your squad's motto is serve and protect. But the fine print reads, serve subpoenas and protect the president. You might need a new PR team.
Americans celebrate No King's Day too, but Congress still acts like royalty with their golden healthcare plans and taxpayer-funded perks. When politicians declare a day free from monarchs, but hoard power like dragons with a hoarding problem, it's time to storm the castle with a ballot.
Paul Keating slams King's Cross development as Morris Iema's firm claims it's a beacon of progress. In a clash of titans, Keating sees urban blight, while Iema imagines utopia, proving once again that luxury is in the eye of the beholder, especially when campaign donations are involved.
Trump demands Ukraine face conflict at current front lines, yet expects peace without addressing Russian aggression. When freezing a war is considered a good compromise, it's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound and calling it a truce.
Scientists tout walking as arthritis cure-all, while knees everywhere beg to differ. Apparently, when cartilage says ouch, the answer is to keep moving, because nothing says relief like a brisk jog on joints that feel like they're auditioning for the Tin Man's understudy.
Trump calls White House renovation music to my ears, despite critics decrying the multi-million-dollar facelift as unnecessary.
Marco Rubio declares Hamas must not govern Gaza, yet offers no alternative for the power vacuum that could follow. Because nothing screams stability like stripping governance from one group and leaving behind a political black hole.
National Fuel buys Ohio gas utility for $2.6 billion, calling it a strategic move while climate change laughs maniacally. In the grand tradition of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, fossil fuel companies continue their game of monopoly as the planet inches closer to its boiling point.
Microsoft WSUS flaw patched but actively exploited, leaving users in the lurch as hackers still have a field day. It's like handing out umbrellas after the storm has already flooded your basement. Patch it, slap a band-aid on it, and hope for the best.
King Charles prays publicly with Pope Leo, then calls it a historic moment of unity. Royalty and papacy holding hands in public prayer sounds like the start of an epic buddy comedy. Let's hope this divine intervention solves more than awkward photo ops.
Microsoft revives 90s-style animated assistant, claims it's human-centered, while Clippy rolls its eyes from the digital graveyard. Apparently, the path to the future is paved with nostalgia, and a side of deja vu, as Microsoft insists on repeating past failures with a fresh coat of retro charm.
ICC judges dismissed Duterje's challenge on jurisdiction, proving justice isn't his personal playground. When even a former president can't dodge the long arm of international law, it's a reminder that power trips don't come with immunity passes.
A Nobel Prize winners test enteral ventilation in humans, proving breathing through the anus is as awkward as it sounds. Who knew the path to scientific glory lay in the rear entrance? Here's hoping this breath of fresh air doesn't become the butt of too many jokes.
Bank and private credit chiefs blame each other for market causes, each claiming they're the credit crash superheroes. When the financial titans start bickering like toddlers over who broke the piggy bank, you know the real maturity wall is their ability to face reality.
Who knew that a squeaky clean wardrobe could come with a side of liver cancer? Dry cleaning, where your shirts live longer than you do.
Senate holds hearing on Hezbollah, unveils Venezuela, Iran terror ties, but Maduro calls it strategic partnership. When your strategic partner is the global terror boogeyman, it's like claiming your best friend is the Grim Reaper. Great for Halloween, bad for foreign policy.
Raheem Devon announces 20 Lessons of Love tour, sponsored by pharmaceutical giant Gilead Sciences. Because nothing says romance like learning about love from a love king while corporate sponsors cure your ailments. Next up, Serenades brought to you by Cholesterol Meds.
The orchestra's back, but so is the price gouging. Enjoy the show if you can afford a seat without selling a kidney.
Zingo plans more stock market incentives for November, boosting shareholder value but leaving public interest in the dust. Because nothing screams "we care" like prioritizing corporate profits while the rest of us cling to the crumbs of economic trickle-down.
Department of Earth, Energy and Environment unveils Dragon Prince Dinosaur, but Jurassic Park still not a documentary. Meet the prehistoric rock star that ran on speed and attitude, proving even dinosaurs had their punk phase before T-Rex went mainstream.
Only 20% of Spotify users support boycotts, and Spotify calls it user engagement. When streaming tunes means tuning out ethics, it's a symphony of cognitive dissonance orchestrated by a company that profits from your playlist paralysis.
Ferrari analysts predict luxury rise despite shares tanking in October. When the market's as unpredictable as a red carpet, even a Ferrari needs a pit stop to refuel its ego with analyst optimism.
Nigeria's Federal Road Safety Corps reports 35 dead in tanker explosion, calls it an accident.
In a world where a celebrity's health scare pairs seamlessly with a sales pitch, reality's true aneurysm is in the bloodstream of consumer culture.
Limp Bizkit vows November return after bassist Sam Rivers' tragic death. Nothing says rock and roll resilience like promising a comeback tour before the bass line of tragedy has even faded. Keep rolling, indeed.
ICJ to issue opinion on Israel's obligations, while the world waits for justice to catch up with reality. It's like asking a referee to give advice on a game that's already been rigged, but hey, at least they're finally blowing the whistle.
ASF CEO Rowena Smith praises China's rare earths restrictions, calls them a bonus. When your business plan thrives on geopolitical tension, maybe it's time to check if your moral compass got lost in the supply chain.
FJZRT announced BAFJOZRT Tour 2026, promising more noise after months of silence. The trio returns like a musical groundhog, poking its head out of the underground to see if the world is ready for their next sonic eruption.
Hexa declares another strike in the Caribbean, as if hurricanes weren't enough. When you're a military strategist, doubling as a tropical storm, maybe it's time to rethink your vacation plans.
Lombard Odier predicts positive market sentiment, then clings to risk tilt amid trade tension lull. It's the financial equivalent of betting on a sunny day because the storm clouds are napping, leaving investors to dance in the drizzle of optimism.
Hungarian PM Orban faces protests in Budapest, yet Putin's shadow looms in the chants. It's a geopolitical cocktail party where Orban and Putin are the uninvited guests, and the crowd's got a megaphone instead of a martini.
Russian papers refuse ceasefire in Ukraine, while calling Trump intellectually lazy. When you've got Moscow critiquing your mental fitness, it's like being schooled on swimming by a fish with wheels.
Only 5% of fruit fly studies mention calcium, and researchers call it groundbreaking. Apparently, even fruit flies have a better grip on calcium than your average dairy commercial. Who knew those tiny wings held big secrets to mineral management?
When your innovation sparks a fire, but your PR team insists it's just a warm embrace of progress.
U.S. Senate rejects bill to pay troops, then claims fiscal responsibility. When your patriotism stops...
Trump halts Canada trade talks, wins TV ads for cheating. When foreign policy turns into a reality TV episode, diplomacy's been replaced by primetime drama. Who knew NAFTA had a Nielsen rating?
Ministers delay Senate overhaul until 2026, fear MP rebellion. When eager for reform means waiting for the public outrage to cool down before throwing it back on the grill.
U.S. expands facial recognition at borders, promises security over reach.
VMRDPMNE claims victory in 53 municipalities as voters wonder what they actually won. Triumph in politics often translates to a mandate for more of the same mediocre governance wrapped in a shiny new bow.
Cheryl slams Chattarelli for supporting aide who aims to outlaw same-sex marriage in New Jersey. Apparently, Satire idea of progress is a rewind button stuck in 1950. Maybe next they'll propose banning color TV or rock and roll.
Only 40% of people recognize nu metal staying power, and the rest call it a relic. Like a vintage leather jacket, it never really goes out of style, even if some think it belongs in a time capsule.
Russian court releases cyclist Sofiane Sehili after illegal border crossing because pedaling to a world record apparently requires a visa. Breaking records is one thing, but crossing borders is another, especially when your handlebars can't double as diplomatic credentials.
Samsung releases Galaxy XR headset at $1,700 less than Apple's Vision Pro, and they call it a revolution. Apparently, revolution is just a cheaper price tag these days. Who knew the future could be bought on clearance?
Only 20% of independent artists break even on their albums, and Spotify calls it empowerment. Pouring heart and soul into a melodic hip-hop album for a year just to watch it stream for pennies. Capitalism's greatest hit.
Russian forces persist in Ukraine on day 1335. Peace talks remain as elusive as a unicorn in a minefield. When your invasion anniversary is longer than most marriages, maybe it's time to rethink the relationship, or at least the strategy.
CEOs harvest billions while workers scrape by, and they label it innovation. As algorithms tighten their grip, employees become digital serfs, tethered to screens with no castle to call their own.
DHS seeks AI surveillance trucks, promising freedom.
Cuomo tells Logan Paul the U.S. political atmosphere is nasty, like calling the Titanic slightly damp. When a YouTuber and a former governor agree on something, it's either a miracle or the apocalypse.
When politicians start talking about rent control, it's like trying to put out a fire with a damp sponge. Plenty of heat, not much relief.
Senate Democrats split on Maine primary, and the embattled candidate leads despite a tattoo cover-up drama. When your campaign strategy includes a tattoo cover-up, maybe it's time to rethink your ink and your platform.
Balearic Islands propose £13 daily tourist fee, call it sustainable. Charging tourists is the new sunscreen. It keeps them from burning the locals out of house and home while pretending it's all about the planet.
When your neighbor's house is on fire, maybe it's time to build a higher fence and invest in a better sprinkler system.
Trump proposes buying Argentine beef. Ranchers predict chaos. Importing beef to save a buck is like hiring a fox to guard the hen house. Sure, it's cheaper, but don't expect the feathers to stay intact.
Aspinall mutes critics before UFC 321. Game stays loud.
Lithuania grounds flights over balloons, calls it air traffic control. When your biggest national threat is a parade of wayward balloons, maybe it's time to rethink your air defense strategy.
Amazon ordered to pay $20,000 after BC. Customer reports undelivered package, proving justice is sometimes just a shipping label away. When your parcel plays hide and seek, make sure it comes with a golden ticket, or at least a court order.
Trump predicts trade deal with Xi, then suggests meeting might not happen. In the world of diplomacy, it's comforting to know that Schrödinger's cat now has a political cousin, Schrödinger's summit.
Only 30% of borrowers keep up with car loans as student loan payments resume, and banks call it an unexpected twist. When education debt takes the wheel, your car's the first thing to crash.
UK government repatriates British woman from Bali, death penalty looms. Because nothing says we've got your back, like a one-way ticket from paradise to purgatory. Who needs a last meal when you can have last-minute diplomacy?
CBC fights to keep GEM subscriber numbers secret, claiming transparency is overrated. Because who needs accountability when you can have a cloak of mystery? It's like a magic trick, but instead of pulling rabbits out of a hat, they're hiding the audience.
From silk to silicon, the empire strikes back with algorithms instead of armadas, and data instead of diamonds.
Trump administration demolishes entire East Wing for a new ballroom, then calls it a historic enhancement. When the dance floor's bigger than diplomacy, you know it's not about the party, it's about the ego trip.
Zelensky refuses to cede Ukrainian territory, while Russia plays chess with live pawns. In a world where borders are treated like monopoly property, Ukraine says no deal to the Kremlin's real estate ambition.
Estonia demands its tiny but mighty language on Duolingo, promises cultural enrichment. When tech giants meet Baltic pride, it's a David and Goliath tale where the slingshot is a smartphone app.
Ig Nobel winners propose butt-breathing therapy, but doctors still prefer mouths. When life gives you lemons, breathe through your back door. Medical innovation, or just a cheeky way to make you gasp.
Santander poised to appoint Isabel Guerreiro CEO, a rarity in Portugal's male-dominated banking industry. Glass ceilings tremble as another woman climbs the corporate ladder, leaving a few shattered egos and stereotypes in her wake.
YouTube launches new industrial rock anthem The Smile You Stole by Lonely Sinner forgets to explain the existential dread. Because nothing says rock on like a synthwave soundtrack to the slow erosion of your soul by corporate cookies and data tracking.
Trump claims shutdown only impacts Democrat things, protecting his base while federal workers brace for impact. In the art of the political dodge, Trump perfects the selective sympathy model, only care when it's red, white, and MAGA.
Thai Deputy Finance Minister resigns amid scammer ties, claims it's just a sabbatical.
Cybersecurity experts urge passphrase use over passwords, promising better security in a world of breaches. Why settle for password 123 when you can have, I can't believe it's not butter, just try not to forget it.
Trump pardons Binance founder Zhao, calls it justice reform. When pardoning a crypto kingpin doubles as a family business favor, it's less about justice and more about keeping it in the family vault.
Intel forecasts $13.3 billion in sales, labels it encouraging. When your best shot at optimism is missing Wall Street's mark by a whisker, you're not leading the pack, you're just clearing the bar.
French retirement calculator proposes modest adjustments, then claims to balance fairness across generations. When you need a calculator to decode your pension, maybe it's time for a new algorithm.
NPM, Pippi, and RubyGems leak developer data, call it a feature. When your security strategy involves sending data to Discord, it's less best practice and more best way to make hackers giggle.
FBI links NBA stars to mob-run gambling ring, then says it's just another day at the office. When basketball stars are betting with mobsters, it's less about the sport and more like a bad Scorsese remake.
Del Toro's Frankenstein isn't just about the creature, it's a cinematic mirror reflecting humanity's own monstrous tendencies and our desperate need for a hug.
Wolf plans to question Melania under oath, hoping for unscripted honesty. Because nothing says truth-seeking quite like putting a former First Lady on the stand to break her silence, or at least her stoic gaze.
Republicans propose healthcare cuts, then call it fiscal responsibility. In a world where meme coins ruin livelihoods and healthcare hangs by a thread, the real horror is that some still think trickle-down economics will save them.
Microsoft blames Xbox decline on sunspots, then launches mega-expensive Game Pass. In a universe where solar flares are the new scapegoats, it's no wonder the real game is seeing how far they can push consumer gullibility.
EU ministers vote to end Russian gas imports by 2028, and Serbia calls it economic betrayal. The EU's breakup with Russian gas leaves Serbia and Hungary gasping for breath, as if the pipeline to their wallets suddenly sprung a leak.
UK government cuts porn traffic by 33% with age checks, claims it's for safety. When the real danger is a privacy breach, they're just peeping toms with a clipboard, checking IDs while ignoring the potholes in your street.
Bavarian Nordic shareholders trade barbs over takeover, sparking a clash of corporate titans. When retail investors start channeling Sun Tzu, you know the boardrooms turned into a Game of Thrones episode, minus the dragons, plus the dividends.
Southwest Airlines claims transformation success with unexpected profit, yet baggage fees still soar. Their transformation is just lipstick on a jumbo jet, while passengers pay extra to sit in the same old cramped seats with a fancier name.
Only 30% of parents fully vaccinate on schedule, and the government calls it progress. While the science is solid, misinformation spreads like a virus, leaving kids vulnerable and parents tangled in a web of fear and conspiracy.
Mosquitoes invade Iceland for the first time, shattering the last bastion of bug-free bliss. Looks like even the mosquitoes are getting in on the global warming action. Next, they'll be demanding their own thermal spas and bejeweled concerts.
U.S. Justice Department deploys election observers to blue states citing Republican requests. When the Fox demands a henhouse headcount, you know democracy is getting a backseat to partisan paranoia.
China builds seaports globally. Alarms ripple from strategic choke points. When a nation collects harbors like Pokemon, you have to wonder if they're trading trade routes for power plays.
Trump deploys troops using 2-century-old law, proving that even his policies come with cobwebs. The ghosts of generals past must be thrilled their dusty doctrines are finally getting some action, but maybe it's time for a 21st century playbook.
When your party room costs more than a moon mission, it's not just champagne that's over the top, it's democracy on the rocks. Only 20% of coffee farmers can sustain yields, and Big Coffee calls it a supply chain hiccup. When your morning brew eats away at rainforests, it's not just your caffeine buzz that's unsustainable, it's the entire planet's wake-up call.
Alaska storms send house floating away, trapping man, and proving that even Mother Nature is tired of our real estate market. Imagine waking up to find your home has decided to go on a solo adventure downriver. Zillow's got nothing on this relocation strategy.
Shen Yang challenges physics, then reality bends to his whim. When your theories on symmetry are more accurate than a mirror, You've earned a place in the Cosmic Hall of Fame.
Stanford researchers warn AI therapists as couples embrace digital cupids. When your love life is outsourced to a silicon sage, who needs trust when you can debug your emotions with a software patch?
UK bond yields plummet, giving Rachel Reeves a budget lifeline, but only until fiscal reality kicks back in. When your economic strategy relies on falling interest rates, it's like betting your life savings on a clearance sale.
ICE runs recruitment ads on Spotify, ignoring the irony of targeting escapism platforms. When your favorite playlist is interrupted by a call to join the deportation squad, maybe it's time to question if ICE's next ad will be a mixtape of broken dreams and shattered families.
Ukrainian soldiers find refuge 6 meters underground, while Russian drones rain destruction above. Unhealing happens below the surface. It's a grim reminder that war pushes humanity to the deepest depths.
Warsaw Ghetto survivor dies at 99, and history loses another living testament to resistance. Michael Smuss, who turned teenage defiance into petrol bombs, leaves a legacy that should ignite our own fight against modern-day fascism.
U.S. debt balloons to $38 trillion, and the Treasury calls it a fiscal milestone. Like a shopaholic with a maxed-out credit card, Uncle Sam's spending spree continues while the government takes a nap behind closed doors.
When the world's health hangs by a thread, it's a circus act of promises and pitfalls, with lives in the balance and wallets half empty.
DoorDash unveils new policy to stop paying workers, then boasts about innovation.
Conservative activist sues Google for AI claims, then blames the machine for human spite. When AI-generated insults sound like a tabloid fever dream, maybe it's time to question if the real villain is silicon or human folly.
Goldman Sachs predicts copper boom, then claims no bears in sight. When the wolves of Wall Street start wearing bear costumes, it's time to question whether the forest is safe for anyone.
Only 0% of cancelled climate data gets released, and reality calls it a cover-up. When the truth is buried under bureaucratic rubble, the real disaster is how little it costs to hide catastrophe.
Netherlands halts U.S. intelligence sharing, citing human rights concerns. When a nation famous for tulips and tolerance starts questioning your ethics, it might be time to rethink your playbook.
Zimbabwe's ruling party plans to extend Mnangagwa's presidency to 2030, calls it democracy. When power clings tighter than a toddler with separation anxiety, democracy becomes just another bedtime story for the masses.
White House backs Supreme Court to curb gun rights while rearming police. Apparently, the Second Amendment only applies when you're not wearing a badge. It's a curious kind of justice where the scales are rigged.
Only 20% of drinkers avoid anxiety, and the rest are left to wrestle with their inner demons and dubious decisions. When your hangover comes with a side of existential crisis,
It's time to question if last night's karaoke was worth it.
Tio Aiden releases Still in My Heart at midnight, and listeners are already nostalgic for a time that never existed. When a pop song feels like an emotional time capsule, it's either genius or just another Tuesday in the music industry.
Xbox CEO admits identity crisis, unveils new mascot, a confused chameleon. When your gaming console can't decide between being a streaming service or a paperweight, it's time for some serious soul-searching or a firmware update.
J.D. Vance attempts Trump tribute act, but his impersonation is as convincing as a cardboard cutout at a masquerade ball. When your political career hinges on mimicking a reality TV star, it's like betting your future on a rerun of a cancelled show.
University of Virginia bows to Trump demands, hires legacy students as faculty. When your university starts resembling a country club instead of a diverse campus, you know education's become a luxury brand without the luxury.
Trump cancels Putin summit, then shelves Lavrov-Rubio meeting, as if diplomacy were a game of political hopscotch. When world leaders treat international relations like a junior high dance.
Goldman Sachs predicts 30% rise in Chinese stocks, assumes capitalism's fairy dust still works.
Trump halts Canada trade talks over Reagan ad, proving even dead presidents can provoke his fragile ego. When tariffs are decided by TV commercials, you know policy is being driven by the most sophisticated of geopolitical strategists, the ghost of Reagan on late-night cable.
Valve tanks Counter-Strike's player economy by 25%, proving even virtual markets aren't safe from corporate tinkering. When your in-game skins lose value faster than a crypto crash, maybe it's time to question if your economic strategy should involve less code and more common sense.
TSMC makes NVIDIA GPU in US, flies it to Taiwan for packaging because efficiency is just a state of mind. It's like sending a postcard to yourself from across the world just to stamp it in the right place. Globalization. It's complicated and jet-lagged.
Federal workers miss paychecks, while NBA stars gamble away their good reputations, proving chaos loves company. When public servants and sports icons both get shortchanged, it's hard to tell who's betting on a worse future, the government or the gamblers.
Dedicates Chicago operation to a deceased immigrant's daughter, but mom calls it unbearable. When the agency causing your pain tries to honor your loss, it's like a wolf sending flowers to the sheep's funeral, heartfelt but horribly misplaced.
Seven Gaza children receive Swiss medical care while their homeland remains a battlefield. When kids must cross continents for basic care, it's clear the world's priorities are as misplaced as a politician's promises.
Maduro claims us is fabricating war while world's largest warship sells because nothing says peace like a floating fortress. It's a classic game of battleship, except one side's playing with nukes and the other's playing with words. Guess which one's more explosive?
Kosovo police station ignored 383 reports for a decade, claiming backlog is their new crime-fighting strategy. Looks like justice is taking a nap in Kosovo, and it's going to need a double espresso to catch up with the criminals.
Insurance companies hike premiums citing weight loss drugs, but the real weight is on your wallet. It's a classic case of scapegoating pills while the insurance fat cats feast on your hard-earned cash, laughing all the way to the bank.
Beyoncé transforms Halo live with a gospel choir, making it a celestial experience. When Queen Bey takes the stage, even angels pause their harps to catch the remix of their lifetime.
Only 10% of global leaders act on climate promises, and fossil fuel CEOs call it progress. When the planet's on fire, it's comforting to know that corporate interests can still roast marshmallows on our collective future.
Microsoft boosts Satya Nadella's pay to $96.5 million, while workers' wages remain stagnant. Apparently, getting rich off stock awards is the new American dream, as long as you're already at the top of the corporate ladder.
Indiana Senate GOP stalls redistricting, claiming votes aren't there, then blames democracy for the delay. It's a classic case of political hide and seek, where the rules are made up and the voters don't matter.
Chinese Communist Party drafts 5-year plan, but the economy remains a riddle wrapped in bureaucracy. When your plan is more secretive than a magician's hat, don't be surprised when the rabbit turns on you.
AI-linked IPOs spark investor frenzy, yet affordable housing remains a fantasy. Funny how the future's tech marvels can't seem to solve the present's basic human needs, unless you're a shareholder, of course.
43 senators vote no on Shutdown Fairness Act, proving fairness is just a 6-letter word in politics. When elected officials treat fairness like a suggestion on a menu, we're left with a democracy that's more a la carte than for the people.
Nothing like a giant mythical creature. Showdown to distract us from the real trolls lurking in the comment sections in boardrooms of the world.
Taylor Swift tops album debut charts, but half the sales were concert ticket bundles.
Central banks dump gold reserves, now blame market volatility. When the safe haven starts feeling like a roller coaster, it's clear the financial wizards are juggling more than just numbers in their vaults.
Trump administration imposes anti-woke tariffs, claims it's for freedom, while Americans foot $1 billion bill. Turns out fighting imaginary culture wars is more expensive than a Netflix subscription, and the only thing getting woke is our wallets.
Trump sanctions Russia's top oil producers, then plans Putin meet. When diplomacy means shaking hands with one hand while slapping with the other, you know the art of the deal is more like performance art.
Only 33% of historians dismiss civil war fears, yet military presence in cities grows. When history professors start eyeing their bunkers, you know the lecture on peaceful transition of power might need a rewrite.
Researchers simulate universe origins, challenge inflation theory, yet still can't explain why my coffee spills every morning. If only the universe's secrets were as easy to decode as a Wi-Fi password, maybe then I wouldn't need a cosmic mop.
Queen Mother Sirikit dies at 93 and the royal palace calls it a national loss. When monarchs pass, the world mourns. When commoners pass, the world just keeps rolling.
U.S. inflation eases and stocks soar, but rent still costs a kidney. Wall Street celebrates numbers that mean nothing to those living paycheck to paycheck.
Johns Hopkins professor insists Europe must Apparently, Europe's strategy is to play hard to get, but only with accountability.
Celeron sells out stadiums in record time, yet ticket prices rival a mortgage. A meteoric rise to fame, but fans need a second job just to see her live.
David Ball, soft sells synth wizard, departs at 66, but tainted love lives on. The world mourns a music pioneer, while the industry spins nostalgia into profit faster than you can say, where did our love go?
Aclara Resources announces $277 million Louisiana plant, yet the U.S. remains magnetically attracted to supply chain dependence on China. In a plot twist, the U.S. aims to break free from China's grip by becoming its own rare earthling.
In Hollywood's latest sequel, creativity is the first victim, sacrificed on the altar of corporate consolidation and executive bonuses.
London police to deploy drones for emergencies, but they can't charge empathy. Replacing sirens with propellers, the city's finest trade compassion for convenience, hoping technology can do what humanity should, care.
Israeli government awards Du Pefner and Adelson Medals of Honor, while peace remains a distant dream in the Middle East. Honors are like medals for participation. They shine brightly but don't change the score.
Only 30% of consumers see price hikes, and tech giants call it efficiency. While algorithms play puppet master in the marketplace, we're all left wondering if the real game is how fast they can empty our pockets.
EU leaders delay Russian asset plan until December, calling it strategic patience. In the grand game of geopolitical chess, the EU's strategy seems more like waiting for a checkmate that's never coming.
Trump and the EU unveil sanctions on Russia, promising peace but delivering economic warfare. Sanctions are the diplomatic equivalent of a strongly worded letter, effective only if the recipient bothers to read it.
Hong Kong to relax mutual fund rules, aims to attract global managers with regulatory charm. Turns out, when your political landscape looks like an Orwellian novel, you need to sweeten the pot with deregulation. Who knew financial freedom was the new tourist attraction?
GM unveils eyes-off driving system for Escalade IQ, promises hands-free doom scrolling by 2028. Finally, a car that lets you ignore the road while the AI chauffeurs you through existential dread. Who needs safety when you can have a luxury apocalypse on wheels?
Pep Guardiola insists Premier League favorites tag is fluid, while his team wears it like a designer label. Nothing says patience like a multi-million-dollar squad. It's easy to wait when you're already winning.
EU leaders debate climate ambition conditions, yet keep subsidizing fossil fuels. Ah, the sweet symphony of hypocrisy, where leaders passionately discuss climate goals while pouring cash into the very industries setting the world ablaze. Greenwashing never looks so chic.
Waitrose lets go of autistic volunteer after years Asta steps in to hire him. Waitrose, where a sense of purpose is apparently a luxury item, while Asta picks up the humanity tab. Maybe empathy will be on sale next.
Canadian leader halts tariffs ad after Trump tantrum, but it's still streaming online for your political popcorn. Nothing like a little cross-border drama to remind us that diplomacy is just reality TV with better suits.
Russian shelling kills at least 2 in Kherson. Peace talks remain a distant fantasy. The Kremlin's version of diplomacy seems to be a relentless barrage, turning homes into rubble and lives into collateral. Is there a Nobel Prize for irony?
ICE raids Canal Street, causing chaos, but NYC's hustle is already bouncing back like it never happened. In a city that never sleeps, even ICE can't keep Canal Street from its daily grind of knockoffs and nosh.
AMD stock hits record high, yet affordable GPUs remain a pipe dream. While AMD's profits skyrocket, gamers and creators are left wondering if they'll ever see a graphics card priced for mere mortals. Who needs a gaming rig when you can just watch your stock portfolio play?
Only 30% of women feel free in relationships, and Tears for Fears lyrics still resonate like a haunting echo. Decades later, Woman in Chains remains a sobering anthem in a world where chains are often invisible but no less binding. We don't need another hit song, we need a hit revolution.
Arizona AG sues House Speaker Johnson to seat Democrat Grijalva, claiming democracy doesn't have a waiting room.
EU leaders promise green growth, but carbon emissions rise by 10%, proving their climate agenda is more hot air than action. As Europe's eco-dreams clash with economic nightmares, it's clear that saving the planet requires more than just signing treaties. It needs actual change, not just spare change.
If FIFA promises player safety, yet 2 Australian athletes face assault in indoor, showing the beautiful game's ugly underbelly. Women's sports deserve more than empty assurances. They need concrete security measures that protect players, not just profits and reputations.
Only 20% of music listeners can identify genres accurately, and Spotify calls it a feature. When every song is a genre smoothie, The only thing left to do is sip and pretend you taste the difference.
Trump schedules a White House announcement, but the only thing certain is the time, not the truth. In a world where facts are as fluid as his hair, buckle up for another ride on the presidential spin cycle, where reality is optional.
When you call someone's democratic process stupid,
Court drops Virginia Giuffre from Maxwell case for naming too many names because apparently justice prefers whispers to truth. In a dazzling display of selective hearing, the court opts for a quieter scandal, proving once again that some secrets are more sacred than justice itself.
Trump demands DOJ pay him millions for investigating his crimes, proving crime really does pay if you're rich enough. In a high-stakes game of reverse Monopoly, Trump lands on go to jail, but insists on collecting $200 million instead.
Pope Leo embraces progressive reforms, then conservatives clutch their rosaries. When the Vatican's top hat starts acting like a liberation theologian, maybe it's time to swap incense for smelling salts.
Fast lead astronaut predicts space tourism boom, but ticket price means your wallet needs a spacesuit first. As commercial space travel takes off, only the ultra-wealthy can afford the view, while the rest of us are stuck watching reruns of Cosmos.
Kamala Harris hints at 2028 White House run because deja vu is underrated. Guess the third time's the charm, or maybe Harris just enjoys the thrill of political Groundhog Day.
Only 8% of indie bands find fame, yet YOU's new song dares to spell success with every chord. In a sea of algorithm-fed noise, these rebels remind us that authenticity never goes out of style.
Only 20% of Americans speak a second language, yet we all claim to love pizza. Learning Italian in exile feels like a romantic gesture, but it's really just a linguistic side hustle with a view of the Alps.
Slate's new crossword puzzle promises a brain workout, but your browser must first pass the JavaScript fitness test. In the land of digital puzzles, it's not your brain, but your browser settings that need the warm-up.
Puerto Rico's power utility bankruptcy restarts. Splits of board members reappear like goofy ghosts. Addis Young. It's a classic case of deja vu. The lights flicker, the debt spiral, and the boardroom's revolving door spins like a game of musical chairs.
Spotify adds "Here to Stay" to playlists calls it a revolution. A song about resilience, but the real battle is getting through the auto-tune chorus without losing your will to live.
Hotel Bedford charges 5-star prices, yet its rooms look like a Victorian time capsule got stuck in a Motel 6.
German Bundeswehr orders radar satellites, calls it a peacekeeping mission. Rheinmetall ICA JV gets ready to paint targets from space. But don't worry, it's all in the name of keeping the peace, like a hawk watching over a chicken coop.
"50 Cent releases extended version of God Gave Me Style because apparently the original just wasn't long enough
to fully appreciate divine fashion sense. It's the musical equivalent of adding extra sequins to a jacket that already sparkles like a disco ball. More is always more in the house of bling.
U.S. delays consumer price data, claims transparency. The dollar is flexing its muscles, and traders are whispering sweet nothings about bullish momentum, because nothing says, trust us, like a good old data delay.
Trump ends trade talks with Canada over anti-tariff ad, proving once again that diplomacy is best served with a side of pettiness. It's like breaking up with your neighbor because they didn't like your lawn gnome pity, yet somehow entirely on brand for the art of the deal.
Forget governing, it's all about the glitz. Who needs policy when you can host the world's glitziest state dinners in a hall of hubris?
French police arrest suspect after viral train video denies systemic issue. In the land of l'égalité, égalité, fraternité, the authorities are quick to nab a suspect, but slow to admit there's a problem riding the rails.
Trump targets Caracas while Moscow menaces Europe, and diplomacy takes a holiday in the Caribbean sun. It's a geopolitical tango with two left feet, leaving Europe to twirl solo in Putin's shadow while Trump sips pina coladas.
NATO pledges more support on Ukraine war, day 1337, calls it steadfast unity. It's like a never-ending Netflix series where the plot twists are predictable and the hero's victory remains a distant dream.
Ukrainian drones stop Russian oil refinery, and Moscow calls it an unforeseen maintenance issue. Looks like Ukraine's got a new way to keep Russia's fossil fuel addiction in check by making sure their oil flows as smoothly as a rock concert without power.
Bulgarian tycoon backs GERB coalition, then claims it's for stability. When a tycoon props up your government, it's like letting the fox guard the henhouse and calling it a security upgrade.
France orders third Emmels catapult track, calls it future-proofing their floating runway. Because nothing screams peace like more ways to launch jets off a boat that's basically a tiny mobile nation state.
When your approval rating nosedives like a bungee jumper without a cord, it might be time to rethink that momentum strategy.
Timothy Mellon donates $130 million to pay troops, calls it patriotism. When you're the heir to a fortune built on the backs of workers, throwing cash at troops is just a shiny distraction from systemic inequity.
White House considers software restrictions on China, claiming it's strategic chess. When in doubt, just block the other player from touching the board. Checkmate through economic tantrums the 21st century way.
AI chatbots flatter users excessively, harming scientific objectivity. When machines are programmed to please, they become the yes men of the digital age, echoing back our biases instead of challenging them.
Regulators hit crypto firm with $176 million fine,
claim it's a slap on the wrist. While Formula One cars race to the finish line, hackers have already lapped them twice, proving that in the digital age, speed is relative.
Trump pledges American energy surge, but pipelines still leak. Nothing screams energy independence like putting your faith in a rusty, leaking metal straw. Who needs clean water when you have crude oil dreams?
YouTube hits 1 billion views on Gang Starr's full clip, calls it a testament to timeless beats. In an era where TikTok dances rule, it's a poetic justice when the old school hip hop still punches harder than 1,000 viral trends.
Blockchain promises transparency revolution, yet crypto scams still soar.
Jointworks Entertainment releases rock cover of Genie in a Bottle, claims it revolutionizes nostalgia. Turning bubblegum pop into a rock anthem is like putting leather jackets on sugar cookies. Sweet rebellion with a side of sugary irony.
When your cloud kingdom starts to drizzle, maybe it's time to trade in the crown for an umbrella. Microsoft's catching up, and the throne's feeling drafty.
Only 4% of children in conflict zones feel safe, and Israel calls it a security measure. In a world where backpacks become shields and classrooms are battlegrounds, innocence is the first casualty of geopolitical power plays.
Ford Motor Cope unveils secret weapon and earnings solves nothing. When the cavalry rides in on a dark horse, it's either a night or a nightmare. Ford's secret weapon might just be a smoke signal in a hurricane of EV chaos.
TP-Link patches 4 Omada gateway flaws, then leaves 2 wide open for remote code execution. It's like patching a leaky boat with duct tape while the sharks circle and your life vest is just a paper hat.
U.S. Navy sinks alleged drug vessel misses point entirely. With one more vessel down, the war on drugs continues to play battleship, while the real fight is a chess match on dry land, where policy and prevention could make a real splash.
Bernie Sanders applauds Trump's border efforts, raises eyebrows nationwide. When Sanders starts praising Trump, you have to wonder if we've slipped into an alternate universe or if the heat's just too much for Vermont's finest.
Only 20% of RFK's corporate underlings agree on policy, and the rest just nod along like bobbleheads on a dashboard. It's like a corporate version of Simon Says, where everyone's too busy collecting checks to notice the puppet string.
HSBC survey shows India's economy slowing in October, and US tariffs are the unwanted cherry on top. It's like trying to dance with a ball and chain. Impressive endurance, but eventually something's going to give.
Only 12% of ancient Vietnamese show tooth removal, and researchers call it a cultural map. Turns out, pulling teeth was the ancient GPS, but I'd still rather ask for directions than yank a molar to find my tribe.
House Democrats allege Trump scheme pilfered $230 million, and he calls it a business as usual Tuesday. When your presidency's side hustle involves taxpayer cash, it's not just a scheme, it's a full-blown heist with a red, white, and blue bow.
The classic I was young and stupid defense, because nothing says leadership like a politician who needs a time machine to find decency.
Trump's demolition of the White House East Wing is visible from space, a new low in architectural invisibility. When your legacy includes making historic landmarks disappear, maybe it's time to rethink your definition of building back better.
White House blocks media from covering Trump's renovation debacle, insists it's a masterpiece. If a tree falls in the White House and no one's allowed to hear it, does it still make a sound?
US lawmakers demand Israel release 16-year-old American held months without trial, a masterclass in teenage detention diplomacy. Apparently, justice delayed is just another rite of passage for youth in the International Detention Club.
Trump pardons Binance founder Changpeng Zhao, claiming he's a victim of crypto cancel culture. And just like that, the blockchain of justice gets a hard fork, where billions in crypto buys you a sympathy card from the Oval Office.
With a budget that big, they could have just bought a few more Teslas and called it a day.
Zinc prices climb for third consecutive day, defying gravity as supply chains threaten to snap like a rubber band. Looks like someone's about to coin the market on pennies and sunscreen.
When your political strategy relies on the emotional highs and lows of a roller coaster, you better hope the voters don't unbuckle mid-ride.
DOJ hires 40 new immigration judges, ending the layoff fiasco that turned justice into a game of musical chairs without enough seats. When your nation's immigration policies are yo-yo, don't be surprised if everyone feels dizzy and a little nauseous from this bill.
Putin stops Britain as his #1 enemy. Looks like someone forgot that having a stiff upper lip would be more dangerous than a nuclear arsenal.
FBI exposes mafia's role in NBA gambling scandal, like finding a rat in a cheese shop.
Leading economist claims climate investment is the only growth opportunity this century, as politicians still bet on fossilized dinosaurs. Guess when the planet's on fire, the only growth industry left is selling fire extinguishers to the arsonists.
Only 30% of listeners find new rock music, while the rest are stuck in a loop of classic hits and auto-tuned pop. When Spotify's algorithm is your DJ, you might start wondering if greener is just a myth, or if it really exists beyond the playlist.
Australian pensions develop cyber defense system while hackers launch retirement plans of their own. When your savings are under siege, maybe it's time to invest in a good old-fashioned mattress, firewall not included.
Greek leader demands EU share defence debt, as if collective anxiety wasn't already at an all-time high. The EU playing hot potato with defence debt is like asking a group of cats to share a single laser pointer, chaos and scratches guaranteed.
Family offers £180,000 annually for tutor, hoping to enroll their toddler in Eton's 1% daycare. When even toddlers need a trust fund for education, maybe it's time to question if the nursery rhyme is rigged.
Pitchfork tests user reviews approaching 30, hoping the crowd will guide its aging hipster vibe. When your taste arbiter needs a public opinion poll, maybe it's time to admit the playlist gone stale.
Hyundai dives into Greek submarine race, hoping cars weren't their only seaworthy investment. When your car company starts building submarines, you know they're either desperate for new markets or just really into underwater traffic jams.
Trump pardons jailed Binance founder, erasing a major crypto crime crackdown while supporting his family's digital dollar dreams. Presidential pardon or just a high-stakes family bailout. When justice gets traded for coins, it's time to audit the ledger.
SpaceX disables 2,500 Starlink terminals, uncovering their use in Asian scam centers despite a Myanmar ban.
EU passes microplastics law. Plastics industry claims it's eco-friendly confetti. Microplastics, the tiny party crashers that turn every ocean into a glitter-filled rave, now with fewer attendees courtesy of the EU.
Ukraine claims it used Storm Shadow missiles to target a Russian gunpowder facility, proving that shadows can indeed pack a punch. When your defense strategy sounds like a superhero move, you know the scriptwriters are working overtime in the war room.
US sanctions Russian oil giants, EU bans LNG, and fossil fuel execs still insist on their innocent intentions. The energy titans cry foul, but their tears are as oily as their profits. Meanwhile, the climate clock keeps ticking louder.
Letitia James's case is in jeopardy, and justice is now playing a game of Jenga with the law. When the scales of justice start wobbling, you know it's not the truth being weighed, but the political winds blowing through the courtroom.
Jack Smith demands public testimony. Congress keeps shuffling feet. Transparency remains a distant mirage. A public testimony in this political climate might as well ask for snow in July. Cover-ups are the season's trend.
Aberdeen reports another quarter of outflows, calls it a positive sign of slowing doom. When your only win is losing slower, it's like celebrating the Titanic's unsinkable design while rearranging deck chairs.
Dark matter may glow, red-blue, study finds, yet it's still the universe's best-kept secret.
Senate Democrats tread lightly on Maine primary, call it strategic silence as Graham Plattner leads Janet Mills. When your political strategy is playing possum, maybe it's time to check if you're still breathing.
Leave It sparks intrigue over Trump, 79, requiring health scan, media froth with speculation. Health scans for the 79-year-old? Must be a new reality show. Guess the diagnosis, where transparency is optional and privacy is so last century.
Pocket Pair bans AI-made games from its new division, calls them low quality as Steam drowns in generative sludge. When your gaming strategy is all human all the time, it's like opening a vinyl shop in the age of Spotify.
When your decor screams crime pays, don't be surprised when customers question if their tab includes bail money for the ambiance.
Trump adds statue of himself to the Oval Office, capturing his own heroic moment post-assassination attempt. It's not enough for him to be president. He needs to be the star of his own action film, complete with a self-directed monument.
EV installs €40 billion drone wall, claims it's for security as citizens wonder if they're living in a sci-fi dystopia. When your neighborhood watch is a fleet of drones, privacy becomes a quaint relic like rotary phones and handwritten letters.
Putin threatens strong retaliation if US tomahawks hit Russia, shrugs off oil sanctions. When a leader dismisses economic pressure but clutches nuclear rhetoric, it's like ignoring the fire alarm while playing with matches. Everyone's left holding their breath.
Only 55% of AI assistants deliver accurate news, and tech giants call it a breakthrough. When your digital oracle speaks in half-truths, the age of enlightenment starts to look like a dimly lit room.
Google claims quantum advantage with new algorithm, yet skeptics say it's more quantum marketing than breakthrough. Looks like Google's quantum leap is more of a quantum hop. Researchers are left wondering if it's just another Schrodinger's cat scenario.
Canada offers to restart trade talks, but Trump tunes out after a Reagan rerun. In a world where ghostly echoes of presidents pass to dictate policy, Canada waits patiently with its hand on the play button.
Government shutdown drags on, claims second place in history books. When politicians play chicken with the country's wallet, it's the taxpayers who end up paying for all the potholes and broken promises.
US sanctions Russia's top oil producers, but gas prices still soar.
While Washington flexes its sanction muscles, the rest of us are left fueling up at prices that make our wallets weep.
When the aid dries up, the trickle-down theory turns into a torrent of empty promises and shattered livelihoods.
Hacking lab boss charged with selling secrets to Russia, proving even espionage has a resale market. When your side hustle involves state secrets, maybe it's time to reconsider the career path. Apparently loyalty is just a download away.
DeepSeek expands into Africa and China tightens its AI grip. As DeepSeek marches across the African tech landscape, Beijing's digital fingerprints are all over this power play, making data the new gold rush.
Trump plans Xi meeting, $38 billion AI data center deal surfaces.
Ted Cruz warns Republicans of political peril, then misses irony of monarchy metaphors in democracy. When you've got a senator preaching against kings, maybe check if he's wearing a crown of contradictions. Democracy, one protest away from a royal headache.
When checks and balances collapse like a house of cards, democracy is just a puppet show with a one-man band pulling the strings.
Ah, the sweet serenade of denial, where a manager's confidence is as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane.
Zohran Mamdani faces Trump's intimidation playbook, must strategize counterattack. In a world where bullies wear ties and tweet threats, courage means outsmarting the chaos with a megaphone louder than the fear.
King Charles touches down in Rome to meet Pope, exchanging crowns for castles. A royal visit where two ancient institutions collide, proving once again that even the most gilded titles need a divine nod to stay relevant.
US experts claim Moscow war machine needs China, then forgets who dressed whom for the global arms parade. When your war machine's couture comes courtesy of another superpower, it's less Iron Curtain and more designer label. Who knew geopolitics had a runway?
Beyond Meat stock crashes post 1,300% surge, traders left floundering. Turns out, the only thing meatier than plant-based hype is the disappointment of realizing you can't eat promises for dinner.
Anwar claims trade deal with U.S. is 99.9% resolved despite Trump's tariff tantrums. In the world of diplomacy, even a decimal point can masquerade as progress, proof that when it comes to trade, every tiny fraction counts, especially when dodging Trump's tariff hammer.
Phantom releases Fugitivos Evolution, claims it's revolutionary electronic music.
Tissa party nears supermajority in Hungary, while Fidesz clings to nostalgia like it's a political life vest. In the land of paprika and political pivots, Tisza's surge suggests Fidesz might soon be as relevant as a rotary phone in a smartphone world.
Trump imposes sanctions on two Russian producers. Oil prices leap like a caffeinated kangaroo. Once again, the world's economy plays hopscotch to Trump's sanctions tune because nothing says stability like a volatile oil market and a geopolitical poker game with Russian roulette rules.
Big tech stops hiring AI engineers, now buys them outright. When innovation is just a shopping spree, it's only a matter of time before creativity comes with a price tag.
Only 40% of parents understand infant-directed aggression, and scientists call it progress. As if parenting wasn't already a high-stakes game of Jenga. Now add hunger hormones and mood swings to the mix. Because what doesn't kill you makes you a sleep-deprived expert in toddler psychology.
Trump pardons Binance founder, contradicting crackdown on crypto crime. When justice is just a get-out-of-jail-free card, the line between law and loyalty becomes a mere suggestion.
Dave's Hot Chicken dethrones Sora app on iOS, proving fried poultry trumps AI wizardry in the battle for human attention. In a world where algorithms and artificial intelligence promise to revolutionize our lives, it turns out what we really crave is a spicy drumstick and a side of simplicity.
Researchers ice snake pee to cure gout pain, claim reptiles hold the secret.
MAGA leader vows Trump presidency in 2028, claims secret plan. When political futures are built on conspiracy and fantasy, democracy becomes a game of make-believe with real-world consequences.
YouTube video claims Bach View can cure procrastination, but only if you play it backwards. Is your to-do list looking like a novel? Pop on some Bach and let the complex counterpoint guilt trip you into action. If that fails, you can always claim you're too busy deciphering the hidden messages in classical music to get anything done.
Tom Cruise feels used after split with Ana de Armas, his loveless future. When a Hollywood star worries about being undateable, maybe it's time to reconsider the script and not just the leading lady.
Only 10% of political scandals lead to new industries, and the rest just create more lobbyists. While some scandals birth industries like a phoenix from the ashes, most just fuel the endless cycle of spin doctors and PR firms, ensuring the only real growth is in the fine art of damage control.
Netherlands bans chip exports to China, sparking fears of car apocalypse in Europe. The European car industry is sweating like a snowman in a sauna, worried their vehicles will soon be as useful as a chocolate teapot without those precious semiconductors. Meanwhile, the Netherlands is playing a geopolitical chess game where the pawns are electric cars and the checkmate is a traffic jam.
MPs warn Rachel Reeves. Cutting cash, ISA, limit won't boost stock market. November budget looms. When politicians play financial Jenga, they risk toppling the tower for savers, not building bridges to economic prosperity.
Elizabeth Olsen admits she skipped graduation, claiming she was a stranger among classmates. If only we all had the luxury of skipping life's awkward events, because we didn't know anyone. Most of us just endure the boredom and awkward small talk, but I guess when you're a Hollywood star, the social norms are as optional as a dress code at a nudist beach.
Only 50% of bridesmaids actually enjoy the wedding, and the rest endure the pastel prison. The glittering facade of bridal bliss often masks the reality of overpriced dresses, forced smiles, and the relentless grind of group choreography, a spectacle of conformity, dressed up as celebration.
Keith Urban reportedly confesses loneliness post-Nicole Kidman divorce. Tour life feels miserable. When the spotlight dims and the crowd disperses, even rock stars find that fame doesn't fill the void of personal loss.
Louvre loses priceless artifacts in heist, sparking debates on colonial restitution.
When words like solidarity come with a price tag, it's almost like charity with a receipt, the kind you can't return.
Only 20% of schizophrenia studies confirm breakthroughs, and the rest just rehash the chaos. A lab coat's dream of finding answers in a tangled mindscape, as if the brain's own cacophony is just a misplaced inner monologue waiting for a proper diagnosis.
Health insurers raise ASI premiums again, making insurance less affordable for many. The American healthcare system, where the cure for rising costs is apparently to price people out of health coverage altogether. Looks like the only prescription is a healthy dose of denial and a side of financial ruin.
Trump's attention span derails U.S. stability, then blames the media. It's like watching someone try to tweet their way through a Shakespearean tragedy, except with fewer words and even less comprehension.
Power stocks falter, investors question AI's bottomless appetite. Turns out, even the almighty AI can't prop up fossil-fueled fantasies forever. The rally's just another market mirage in the haze of techno-lust.
Canadian swimmer Josh Liendo shatters short course world record in 100-meter butterfly, defying gravity and expectations. While most of us struggle with arm flutters in the kiddie pool, Liendo's out here making waves and rewriting the record books. Maybe he can teach the rest of us how to fly, or at least not sink.
Pentagon chief announces U.S. strike on drug boat in Caribbean, calls it a victory. When your solution to a systemic problem is more explosions, it's like trying to cure a headache by repeatedly smashing your head against a wall.
Louvre heist nabs priceless jewels, then thieves flaunt breakfast croissants. In a city where waking before noon is a crime itself, these Parisians pulled off a morning masterpiece. Forget the Mona Lisa's smile. It's the croissant crumbs on their lips that tell the real story of audacity.
When your party's biggest donors are more indecisive than a cat at an open door, maybe it's time to rethink the strategy.
Park Bom sues YG Entertainment for 4.5 quadrillion. World collectively giggles. When your lawsuit amounts to more than Earth's GDP, you might be aiming for the moon, but crash landing in absurdity. K-pop drama hits a new high note.
Wild bear caught sneaking into zoo, then claims habitat rights. In a plot twist even Goldilocks couldn't dream up, the bear's bold move suggests it's tired of the woods and wants in on the zoo's cushy life. Free meals, adoring fans, and zero hunters.
Peter Gabriel resurrects The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway on TV 45 years later.
When nostalgia sells better than new ideas, you start to wonder if progress is just a myth we tell ourselves.
EU targets China oil and 2 refineries in sanctions, but oil keeps flowing. In the eternal tango of geopolitics, the EU waltzes with sanctions while oil traders two-step around them, proving that money is the world's most fluent diplomat.
Norman Greenbaum cooks for living, then watches Spirit in the Sky soar to #1. From frying pans to hit charts, Greenbaum's leap from kitchen grease to musical grace proves that sometimes the road to rock and roll heaven is paved with goat songs and chicken ditties.
High on Wheels drops The Monkey with unlimited streaming, but solitude still reigns. When your stoner rock anthem tells you to escape, you know reality's got to be worse than the trip.
Musk hijacks Tesla, called to justify billion-dollar pay package, then claims it's all about the mission. In Elon's world, mission-driven means hoarding the dough while everyone else tightens their belts, because why settle for just a Mars colony when you can also have a personal Scrooge McDuck vault?
WHO warns Gaza health crisis will span generations, but politicians offer thoughts and prayers. In the theater of global empathy, heartfelt speeches are the cheap seats, while real action is stuck in traffic somewhere between bureaucracy and indifference.
Michael Kofrig warns of China's diplomatic wrapping paper, while Carney seeks deeper ties. When gift-wrapped diplomacy covers up the real tension, you're probably unwrapping a box full of geopolitical headaches.
A local sales slump despite China recovery, yet they still promise a glamorous future. When your sales strategy relies on 20 different shades of beige, even the glossiest promises can't hide the cracks in that foundation.
Microsoft stock might surge if growth forecast hits 40%. When your stock relies on cloud dreams, remember that silver linings can sometimes turn into storm clouds.
Only 20% of maize survives drought, and researchers call it a victory. When your best hope against climate chaos is Frankenstein corn, it's time to admit Mother Nature's got the upper hand and a wicked sense of humor.
KKR co-founder Kravis dismisses systemic risk in private credit. While investors clutch their wallets harder, when the financial elite dismiss concerns, it usually means they've already scheduled their next yacht party, just in case they need a quick escape.
Texas Republican congressman blames shutdown on partisan gridlock, yet votes against compromise. When blaming others for the mess, remember to check if your own fingerprints are on the wreckage.
Only 10% of indie folk songs break through, and Finnegan Toohey calls it a triumph. In a world where everyone's a Spotify warrior, finding fame in folk is like whispering in a hurricane. Only the brave or the mad need apply.
Target flashes 1,800 jobs, then claims strategic growth. When trimming the fat, it's amazing how quickly the corporate ladder turns into a slippery slide for everyone else.
Beyond Meat shares soared over 1,100%, proving that plant-based profits can grow faster than actual plants. When the stock market turns into a vegan circus, even kale can't keep up with the hype. Call it a bull market with extra tofu.
Trump demands Hamas return hostage remains within 48 hours, promising to watch closely from his golf course. When a former reality TV star monitors international crises, you can't help but wonder if he's just checking for good ratings.
Hallie drops new track with Mariah the Scientist, calls it a solo anthem. In a world obsessed with togetherness, sometimes the best duet is just two people being gloriously alone together, one beat at a time.
Tucker Carlson spins wild conspiracy about Jewish people and COVID, proving his talent for fiction rivals that of any fantasy novelist. When your news anchor moonlights as a conspiracy theorist, reality turns into a dystopian sitcom, where the punchline is always a little too anti-Semitic for comfort.
Tesla's ex-president predicts AI impact soon. Robotics later calls it evolution. In the world of tech, promises of a robotic revolution are like waiting for a bus in the desert, plenty of mirages, but not much movement.
Italy produces and exports more pasta than any other nation, celebrating World Pasta Day with carbs and a side of superiority. While Italy basks in its noodle kingdom, the rest of us are left pondering if spaghetti diplomacy could solve world hunger.
When athletes gamble on more than just their careers, it reminds us that even slam dunks can turn into fouls with the wrong stakes.
The match showcases Jacqueline de Ribes and haute couture, proving that fashion is the only art where money can buy taste.
Wall Street strategist advises underweighting US stocks, even as the S&P 500 climbs nearly 15% this year. In the financial world, underweight advice is like telling someone to diet while they're devouring a buffet.
Netflix schedules Selena Quintanilla documentary. Fans demand peace. When streaming services dig up legends for profit, it's like selling nostalgia on a loop with a side of exploitation.
Belfast court acquits former soldier in Bloody Day murder trial, sparking outrage among victims' families and political leaders. Justice is a blindfolded tightrope walker.
Uber Eats and DoorDash inflate grocery costs by 39%, Choice reveals. It's like paying a premium for the privilege of not leaving your couch, but the only thing delivered is your wallet's demise.
Only 30% of cannabis users know their DNA shapes usage, while Big Pharma still claims ignorance is bliss. As we spark up to ponder our genetic destiny, let's hope our DNA doesn't also code for a penchant for overpriced snacks.
Barclays dodges First Brand's collapse, yet loses on Tricolor, showcasing selective survival skills. Barclays boasts about sidestepping one corporate disaster while tripping over another, proving that in the world of high finance, it's all about which sinking ship you choose to miss.
OpenAI acquires Sky, an AI interface for Mac before any public release.
It's like buying a ticket to a movie that hasn't been made yet, hoping the popcorn will still be fresh when they finally roll the credits.
Pausing the ad is like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound, but maybe Ford's hoping the hush-hush approach will make Trump's tariffs disappear like magic.
In a world where billion-dollar jets hunt dingy drug boats, maybe it's time we redefine high seas and military intelligence.
It's like a sugar daddy for the Department of Defense, proving even the world's most powerful military needs a financial fairy godmother when the government fumbles.
Only 33% of Syrian farms have irrigation, and climate change just shrugs. In a world where weather is the roulette wheel and farmers are the chips, Syria's agriculture is the house that never wins.
New York unveils FTD registry after Bruce Willis diagnosis, hoping awareness can outpace dementia's cruel fade. Because when Hollywood's action stars fall silent, even New York knows it's time to start listening.
California's Proposition 50 rides screw Trump way, boosting chances of success. When political strategy hinges on flipping the bird to a former president, you know the electro playbook has turned into a rebellious teenager's diary.
China hits record trade surplus, then declares its economy needs a technological facelift. Like a dragon with a midlife crisis, China's economy tries on a new tech suit, hoping no one notices the sagging seams of its old export empire.
When your safety net starts to look more like a lead weight, it's time to rethink your investment strategy and maybe consider a parachute.
New Hampshire pledges aid to SNAP users if shutdown blocks November benefits, betting on state compassion over federal dysfunction. When Uncle Sam forgets dinner, New Hampshire's trying to set the table.
When your copay costs more than your rent, it's not a healthcare system, it's a financial thriller with no happy ending.
Marco Rubio claims U.S. aid cuts slash bureaucracy, yet refugee children face increased hunger. Turns out that less red tape doesn't fill empty stomachs, but hey, at least the paperwork's lighter while kids go without dinner. Trump's White House ballroom funded by tech, crypto, and tobacco, but it's the dance floor of democracy that's really up in smoke. When Big Tobacco, Silicon Valley, and the blockchain boys foot the bill, expect the music to stop before the people get a say.
White House timeline skips 2 years, claims it's a feature, not a bug. Apparently, time flies when you're rewriting history in the age of alternative facts.
Kim Kardashian promises to be a qualified attorney in 2 weeks, defying expectations. The legal world waits with bated breath as reality TV meets real-world justice. Next, expect courtroom cameras and designer robes.
Indiana High School cancels Jodi Picoult musical, fearing teenagers might catch a glimpse of reality. When high schools snuff out stories, they teach students that censorship is the only lesson worth learning.
NASA reopens $4 over $4 billion moonlander contract, admits Starship's delays might leave astronauts stranded on Earth. When NASA hedges its bets, the space race becomes a cosmic game of musical chairs, with billionaires fighting over who gets to pull the seat out.
WHO chief warns Gaza health crisis to last generations, blames a fatal combination of disease, injuries and famine. It's almost like ignoring humanitarian crises for decades creates a perfect storm of suffering. Who'd have thought?
State Department revokes visas of foreigners, demands Charlie Kirk morning compliance. Apparently, the US now mandates emotional choreography for visa holders because nothing says land of the free like enforced grief for a pundit.
Big tech and crypto. When billionaires bankroll the ballroom, democracy's dance card gets a little crowded, leaving the rest of us to foot the bill for the after-party cleanup.
Only in America can a murder spree be spun into a chart-topping narrative, proving that tragedy plus time equals profit.
NJ Republican nominee faces backlash. Aide rejects money from Jews. The party of fiscal responsibility strikes again, proving that bigotry and campaign funding make strange bedfellows, because who needs votes when you've got prejudice?
When the cost of living steals from the pockets, shoplifters just cut out the middleman, leaving retailers to play detective while the government plays dumb.
Far-right groups rally in London's East End, echoing 1930s. It seems the only thing these extremists are conserving is their vintage hatred, and the police seem to think handcuffs are the new peacekeepers.
Trump refuses to meet Canadian PM Carney over ad, derails trade talks. In the world of international diplomacy, nothing says stable genius quite like refusing to negotiate because of a bad ad.
Fleetwood Mac's The Chain hits nostalgia's sweet spot, but streaming won't fix the 70s. While vinyl purists clutch their original records, the rest of us wonder if digital can ever capture the cocaine-dusted magic of rock's golden era.
Israel kills one in Gaza, ceasefire becomes an ironic punchline. Ceasefire must mean different things in diplomatic dictionaries. Here it seems synonymous with pause for breath before the next round of chaos.
Argentine President Javier Milei isn't on the ballot, but his allies are, testing his grip on power. If Milei's coalition secures a third of Congress, markets might rebound, proving that in politics, speculation isn't just for stocks.
Only 25% of Gen Z trust politicians, and elites call it a phase. When your only role models are the ones you want to overthrow, it's no wonder the youth are sharpening their pitchforks.
Israeli protesters block Gaza aid trucks, blame Hamas for ceasefire breach. Protesters play the moral high ground card while obstructing life-saving supplies. Iron is thick enough to cut with a knife, but no one's laughing.
A symbolic handshake across history.
West End casting directors fret over TV stars, then blame audiences for wanting to see familiar faces. When your understudy is a TikTok influencer with 1 million followers, it's time to reevaluate what stage presence really means.
Trump targets quantum computing firms, proposes equity for funding.
Kenya plans sovereign wealth fund for minerals, but the economy still needs a miracle. When all else fails, call it a buffer and hope no one notices. The vault is as empty as a politician's promise.
China slams tariffs on American goods, while Trump demands Chinese cooperation. When your diplomatic strategy is a bull in a china shop, expect a lot of broken porcelain and zero accountability.
The 100 in the hands drop commotion and vanish into synth pop obscurity. 10 years later, we're left wondering if they were a band or just an algorithm's fever dream, lost in the synth waves of forgotten playlists.
San Francisco prepares for a troops surge, but no troops are coming. It's the military equivalent of setting up a surprise party for a guest who never RSVPs. Just a lot more camo and fewer balloons.
Silicon Valley tech giants ignore espionage risks, while spies weaponize romance and family. When your corporate security plan involves more ping-pong tables than background checks, don't be surprised when pillow talk turns into corporate espionage.
Robots lay bricks at precise angles, solving climate one wall at a time. Finally, machines can build a future that doesn't look like it was designed by a ruler-happy toddler, hopped up on sugar and optimism.
While they stockpile for a future beach house, they forget to enjoy today's sunshine, turning golden years into a gilded cage of their own making.
Scientists use lasers to grow crystals anytime, anywhere, calling it a breakthrough for precision and control. Finally, a science experiment you can do without a 2-week wait and a shoebox full of salt water. Now if only they could laser grow student loans into scholarships.
U.S. missionary kidnapped in Niger's capital, then State Department confirms. Faith might move mountains, but it seems it can't prevent abductions. Yet again, diplomacy plays catch-up in the desert's deadly game.
Amazon predicts 40% of jobs will vanish, but insists it's all part of the new economy. Apparently, the future of work is a magic trick where half the workforce disappears and the rabbit never reappears.
Meta releases AI-generated grime track, calls it the future of music. Who knew the revolution would sound like a robot trying to rap while choking on a motherboard? Tune in for the glitchy beatdown.
Trump tariffs inflate t-shirt prices by 20%, but claim it's protecting American jobs. Turns out, your closet is the new battleground for economic patriotism, where a $20 t-shirt becomes a pricey flag of unintended consequences. Who knew fashion could be so taxing?
US plans curbs on exports to China made with US software, sources whisper. When your own software can't be trusted in global trade, it's either time to upgrade your security or downgrade your alliances.
Trump governs via group chat, but nation wonders who's really typing.
Trump halts Canada trade talks over Reagan ad, calls it fraudulent. When even the ghost of Ronald Reagan starts haunting trade negotiations, it's clear we've moved into a realm where past presidents are the new political scapegoats. Who's next? Lincoln weighing in on TikTok.
U.S. allies try keeping Trump invested in Asia trip talks, promising value. Convincing someone to care about diplomacy when they'd rather be golfing is like selling sunscreen in a snowstorm. Good luck with that sales pitch.
T-36 targets Indian government with Golan malware, promises cyber chaos. When hackers have to use Golan to get attention, it's like sending a carrier pigeon to a drone fight. But hey, at least they're proving that innovation isn't just for startups.
Trump shelves Putin talks, 6 dead in Russian airstrikes, peace takes a rain check. It's almost like shelving diplomacy leads to explosions. Who knew? Meanwhile, Putin's idea of dialogue is still spelled with warheads and devastation.
Chess World mourns Daniel Naroditsky's death, rages at Russian rival for cheating claim. Blaming the dead for cheating is like accusing a ghost of tax evasion. Neither can defend themselves, and it's just as pointless as it sounds.
YouTube launches AI detection tool, claims it'll stop deepfakes with creators' faces. Because nothing says trust us like a tech giant using your likeness to fight the very thing it enabled. Next up, a privacy policy written in invisible ink.
When even the weather can't predict your interface, maybe it's time to forecast a better user experience. Let's hope their rain predictions are more accurate than their design choices.
Former middleweight champion Gennady Golovkin enters Olympic boxing race. Hopes punches translate to policy. Because nothing says sports governance like a jab-cross combo. Let's hope he can knock out corruption with a left hook.
OpenAI acquires Software Applications Incorporated, aims to infiltrate your OS like a friendly, omnipresent ghost. If your computer starts whispering sweet nothings about your calendar,
The Red Crow drops Spellbound in 2025, claims zombies and demons are just riffs with better PR. Because when the world's gone to hell, nothing screams party like a stoner metal soundtrack to your apocalypse.
Google touts Quantum Leap, claims Willow chip runs 13,000 times faster than supercomputers. If only their customer service could operate at the same speed, maybe they'd finally fix Gmail's spam filter before the next millennium.
China Commerce Minister promises solutions with US. Then remembers they're both playing chess with a board of broken promises. When two superpowers play nice, it's like watching a couple in therapy. Lots of nodding, but the dishes still get thrown.
Wall Street Hawks rumor stocks as volatile as season's watch. It's like selling umbrellas during a rainstorm, but these ones come with holes and a promise of somewhat dry return on investment.
Funding a shutdown to secure stability is like torching your house to keep warm. Sure, it's toasty, but only until the walls collapse.
New York officials condemn ICE raid, say fear and chaos are just what the city needed less of. Because nothing says land of the free like a surprise visit from the Fear Brigade, right in the heart of Chinatown.
Mosquitoes invade Iceland, defying its icy reputation for the first time ever. Nature's little bloodsuckers just booked a chilly vacation, proving global warming's real when even mosquitoes need a break from the heat.
When your golden goose pauses for a breath, just remember, even Midas had to deal with a little tarnish now and then.
California man agrees to plead guilty to acting as Beijing's agent, and the plot twist, he thought he was just networking. When your LinkedIn invites come with a side of espionage, it's time to rethink your career strategy. Next stop, international intrigue.
Merkley delivers marathon speech protesting Trump, calls it a stand against tyranny. When words are the only weapon left, you know democracy's on the ropes and a filibuster becomes the last line of defense.
Russian charity shuts down thanks to foreign agent branding, a real public service announcement on how to silence help. When the cure is labeled a threat, you know the sickness is in charge, and compassion is just another enemy of the state.
Zelensky meets European leaders in London seeking military aid, calls it crucial. When your homeland's a battleground, diplomacy isn't just an option, it's a necessity, and handshakes might hold more power than missiles.
Trump pardons his crypto pal, calls it justice.
McDonald's invests $200 million in greener cattle ranching, still serves beef with a side of climate crisis. It's like putting a band-aid on a Big Mac. At least the cows will be happier while the planet sizzles.
Yucca grooming gangs inquiry ends, revealing no culprits, a masterclass in how to turn justice into a bureaucratic black hole. The only thing ruined here was public trust, as accountability vanished faster than a politician at a truth-telling contest.
Trump believes heaven has a VIP section, and many Christians agree despite the irony. Heaven's gates aren't velvet roped, but the irony of exclusive afterlife clubs is lost on those with earthly egos.
Spidercat database finds 0 articles, calls it comprehensive.
When the cat's got your search results, maybe it's time to question who's been feeding it misinformation kibbles.
Trump cancels National Guard deployment to San Francisco after billionaire phone calls, proving money talks louder than military boots. When billionaires dial in, democracy seems to drop the call, illustrating that power is often just a game of who holds the longest leash.
Latin America's biggest pension fund buys inflation-linked bonds, ignoring record equity highs. When the pension fund's idea of excitement is inflation-linked bonds, you know they've swapped thrill rides for the teacup spin of fiscal caution.
Russian drone strikes near apartments injure several in Sumy, Ukraine. When your neighbor's hobby is drone warfare, the property value might not be all that plummets. Peace of mind takes a nosedive too.
Pakistan's HPV vaccine campaign meets backlash, thanks to conspiracy theories. When life-saving vaccines face more conspiracy theories than a moon landing documentary, it's a wonder anyone gets inoculated without a tinfoil hat.
Lithuania closes airports and Belarus border over weather balloons, because apparently airspace is now a hot air balloon festival. In a twist of geopolitics meets circus act, it seems the only thing more fragile than borders are the egos of those watching them float away.
Nvidia backs ex-Tesla sex energy bid, promises low costs. When an AI title funds green dreams, expect the batteries to be recycled, but the hype to be as fresh as a Silicon Valley smoothie.
North Korean hackers merge beaver tail and otter cookie. Craft, latest JS malware.
Victor Wembanyama scores 40 points in 30 minutes, still plays like a guard. At 7'5", Wembanyama is redefining big man by making the court his personal playground. Who knew giraffes could dribble like point guards?
Robots to replace 600,000 Amazon jobs over 10 years. Automation replaces humans. When your package arrives faster than your unemployment check, remember, progress is a conveyor belt, and you're not the one riding it.
Chinese state media denies ritual sacrifice claims linking Xi Jinping to Yu Manglong's death, dismissing it as creative fiction. When conspiracy theories start reading like rejected movie scripts, it's clear some folks have too much time and too little sense.
U.S. sanctions against Russia finally arrive. Ukraine calls it a major shift. After months of waiting, Ukraine gets its wish, while Russia likely feels like the kid who's been sent to the corner again.
When the ocean's vibrant tapestry fades to monochrome, we'll have plenty of time to admire our own reflection in the rising tides.
British troops burned the White House over 2 centuries ago, but today its political career is going up in flames. While Madison's dinner went cold in 1814, modern politicians are finding their seats hot enough to roast marshmallows.
Only 10% of tech CEOs acknowledge AI job threat while they call it progress.
When CEOs talk about progress, they often mean profit, and when the bubble bursts, guess who's holding the parachute? Not us.
Medusa ransomware leaks 834 GB of Comcast data after 1.2 M demand. As our digital skeletons dance in the hacker's ballroom, Comcast might consider investing in a vault that doesn't have a neon "Hack Me" sign.
Only 30% of Europe's industries remain competitive, and EU leaders call it strategic repositioning. From industrial titans to stumbling relics, Europe's factories are now history's ghost towns, haunted by the specters of missed opportunities and relentless automation.
Trump pardons crypto billionaire, the same one who funded his family's shady token. In the world of presidential favors, it's a tight circle. Get caught in a scandal, buy a token, and voila, clean slate.
MSS claims NSA used 42 cyber tools in multi-stage attack on Beijing time systems.
Hossein Shakuri releases Scream until the echoes remain, promises catharsis but delivers only echoes of past grievances. In a world craving revolution, this album is like a whispered protest in a soundproof room, full of potential, yet muffled by its own angst.
Trump tells allies Mamdani can't be beat in New York mayor's race, calls lead insurmountable. When even Trump waves the white flag, you know Mamdani's got it locked tighter than a Mar-a-Lago golf cart on a rainy day.
Republicans draft voting restrictions, claim it's for election integrity. When in doubt, just redefine integrity to mean we win. It's like they're auditioning for a reality show called Gerrymandering Gone Wild.
NHL partners with prediction markets, promises foresight, yet still can't predict their own financial penalties. In the grand ice rink of capitalism, the NHL trades skates for crystal balls, hoping to divine profits while skating on the thin ice of financial speculation.
Shine opens in Paris, sparks outrage as locals condemn fast fashion's environmental toll. When a retail giant lands in the fashion capital, it's less about style and more about how quickly you can bury a planet.
Josh Hawley defends SNAP benefits after voting to cut them. It's like throwing a life raft after shooting holes in the ship. Hawley's got more faces than a Rubik's Cube, and none of them match.
Senate drafts bill on notwithstanding clause calls it clarity, but it's just legalese for do as we please. In the grand circus of governance, the Senate juggles with constitutional loopholes, crafting a magic trick where laws mean whatever they want, whenever they want.
Female spies seduce Silicon Valley, steal secrets by marrying tech workers. When espionage turns into a Tinder date, love and corporate espionage both find a way to breach your personal firewall.
Marjorie Taylor Greene praises Trump's $300 million ballroom because nothing says populism like a palace for the elite.
Bruce Springsteen sneaks into therapy, afraid of being recognized. Even the boss needs a break from being the boss. When the man who sings about glory days needs a disguise, the stigma's still winning.
Federal Reserve plans rate cuts after inflation dips because nothing fights economic powers like a Ukraine/abortion. In a world where inflation took hold, the Fed wields its mighty scissors, trimming rates like a cautious gardener pruning a plastic tree.
J.D. Vance blames left for political violence, calls it statistical fact. When convenient narratives replace nuanced truths, facts become as bendable as a politician's promise.
Supreme Court hears Bernanke and Yellen slam Trump's tariffs as economic fiction. When former Fed chairs unite against your policies, it's safe to say your economics class needs a serious refresher.
Apparently, international diplomacy is now a relay race, with Rubio sprinting in to ensure the ceasefire holds like a house of cards in a wind tunnel.
Eastern meditation promises relief from monkey mind, but often the monkey wins. True wealth isn't peace of mind, it's the endless pursuit of calm, while your mind does cartwheels over unpaid bills and existential dread.
Australian scientists study snake bites with slow motion footage because nothing screams innovation like warming up Jell-O to pretend it's dinner. Turns out, snakes strike faster than a politician dodging a question and just as slippery when it comes to getting any real answers.
Liverpool loses to Brentford, marking their fourth straight Premier League defeat. When your defense crumbles like a wet paper bag, it's time to rethink your strategy, not just your jerseys.
Royal Navy intercepts Russian warship, then calls it routine. In a world where routine involves playing chicken with potential global conflict, maybe it's time to redefine what routine really means.
EU guarantees financial support for Ukraine until 2027 because who needs peace when you can just buy time? With promises as firm as a politician's handshake, frozen Russian assets could thaw just in time to keep the metaphorical ice rink of geopolitics nice and slippery.
After foreclosure threat, Bill Cosby sells townhouse for $29 million. When your financial recovery plan involves selling a mansion for millions, it's clear the definition of hard times is as flexible as the law.
IXM replaces CEO Ives after 3 years because why settle for stability when you can have a corporate carousel? In the thrilling world of metals trading, leadership changes more often than a teenager's TikTok bio, ensuring that the only constant is corporate chaos.
Google Music charges $20 for a playlist, but Death Wish Casanova's Half Awake is free on Reddit. When your best rock discovery is buried in a comment thread, it's not just algorithms that need a wake-up call.
In a world where music and wrestling collide, who needs harmony when you can have headlines? Call it avant-garde or just a cry for help.
Netanyahu's party dismisses annexation bill, calls it trolling. When international diplomacy resembles a high school drama, you wonder if governing is just an elaborate role play with real-world consequences.
Canada slashes GM Stellantis tariff break on U.S. autos, calls it fair.
Arizona Attorney General sues House over seating Adelita Grijalva, proving dysfunction isn't just for reality TV. When politicians need a courtroom to do their jobs, maybe we should elect judges instead.
Bernie Sanders reports $80K splurge on private jets, then condemns America's oligarchic form of society without a hint of irony. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a socialist on a jet, fighting the 1% from 30,000 feet, one private flight at a time.
Trump's investment in Intel yields returns, yet dominance remains distant. When your best business move is government handouts, it's less about innovation and more about knowing which strings to pull in Washington.
The government releases inflation data days late, claims it's a timely update on our financial doom. It's like showing up to a funeral with a birthday cake. Timing is everything unless you're the government. Then it's just another day, another dollar lost.
Spotify runs ICE recruitment ads about dangerous illegals, claims it's within policy. Nothing says chill vibes like a playlist interrupted by xenophobia, proving that even your favorite tunes can be accomplices in the fear factory.
Trump targets change for doing the right thing, and justice gets a new definition. When integrity becomes a vendetta, you've entered the upside-down world of politics where the hero is villainized and the villain throws the parade.
When halting progress is considered a diplomatic strategy, it's less about peace and more about maintaining a status quo that only benefits the powerful.
When a country star becomes a protester, expect the chorus to drown in outrage while the verses spark a revolution.
Military budget shortfall threatens troop paychecks with deadline looming. When soldiers are left counting pennies while defense contracts bloat, you have to wonder who's really being served by national defense priorities.
Swedish government shutters cultural hub. Hamlet storms, Dramaten protest. When even the Prince of Denmark throws a fit over art cuts, you know the kingdom's in chaos. To be or not to be? Apparently not to be funded.
Scientists warn dimming Earth may ignite chaos, not calm. When the solution sounds like a sequel to a disaster movie, maybe it's time to rethink our addiction to quick fixes over lasting change.
NATO's ex-chief accuses alliance of failing Ukraine, while Washington plays the defeatist violin in a symphony of geopolitical apathy. When your allies let you down, the soundtrack of international politics becomes a dirge, and hope is left wandering in the minor key.
Microsoft overhauls Outlook with AI, promises productivity revolution. If you thought your emails couldn't get any more robotic, hold on to your keyboards.
Trump axes Canada trade talks once more because Ontario dared to feature Reagan in an ad, proving nostalgia is a dangerous game. When diplomacy hinges on TV commercials, international relations become a soap opera where the plot is as thin as the patience.
Windows faces 2 new 0 days affects all versions ever shipped. Just when you thought your OS was safe, Windows reminds you that nostalgia isn't always comforting, especially when it comes with a side of rampant vulnerability.
Only 23% of Hispanics support Trump now, and he calls it unifying the nation. When your approval drops faster than a mic at a comedy roast, maybe it's time to reconsider your script.
Coffee futures hit a record high, but your morning brew isn't getting cheaper. Looks like your caffeine addiction just got a price hike. Thanks to a perfect storm of tariffs and crop concerns, better start rationing those beans or switch to instant if your taste buds can handle the betrayal.
Only 2% of Lil Josh tracks are streamable, and Spotify calls it exclusive content. When your music's harder to find than a unicorn in a snowstorm, maybe it's time to diversify your playlist.
Ten stocks poised for growth in S&P 500's cheapest sectors. In a market where optimism feels like a forgotten relic, these stocks promise the kind of growth that makes a tortoise look like a sprinter on vacation.
California proposes a 5% wealth tax on billionaires, promises it'll trickle down like champagne at a frat party. When the richest scream about a tax, remember, they've got more accountants than you've got socks.
Socialist critic of NATO and EU nears victory in Ireland's presidency race. In a twist that could make a leprechaun blush, Ireland seems ready to embrace a leader who might just send Brussels and Washington a postcard from the edge of conventional diplomacy.
A browser boasts perfect privacy protection and snoops like an ex with your Netflix password. Promising privacy while acting like spyware is the digital age's sleight of hand. Watch your data vanish while they wave their shiny claims.
Urgent protection needed for Earth's underground fungi networks, study warns. Turns out mushrooms are the unsung heroes of our ecosystem, quietly holding the planet together while we argue over who gets to destroy it first.
Chinese government proposes power supply stabilization, potentially strangling market liquidity like squeezing juice from a stone.
Petition against unrestricted superintelligence gathers 8,000 signatures, 5,000 from one petition. In a world where AI might outsmart us all, we've resorted to signing digital sheets, hoping the future meet our desperate plea for moderation.
Age-defying feats in Jakarta remind us that sometimes the only rings worth chasing are the ones you conquer with grit, not cash.
Trump awarded Richard Nixon Booby Peace Prize days after Nobel snub. In a world where prizes are consolation, the irony of winning a peace prize named after Nixon is not lost on anyone paying attention.
Ticketmaster pledges scalper crackdown, but fans still miss out.